Hello. Hello, you guys. Hopefully, y'all are doing good. I was like setting up my laptop because I was a little behind, as I have been recently. You know, that's why I feel like I've also looked so casual. I've been almost like so busy that I've had like no time to think sometimes. Kind of just been running. But, anyways, hello. Happy Monday. I hope that everybody's doing good today. As I had told y'all on Wednesday, unfortunately I didn't get a chance to do a stream on Friday. Friday ended up being just a little bit too hectic for myself. I had my nephew for the whole week with my mom. We were babysitting since it was spring break, so we were trying to help my brother and his wife out since they both work. So my nephew was here for the whole week. He left on Friday. I was hoping he was gonna go home a little earlier that day, but he basically ate leave till like 4:30, and or even maybe even closer to 6. Honestly, it was so late by the time he left. Me and my mom were exhausted. I was so tired. I just like laid on the couch, and the whole time I was laying there, my mom was also laying on the couch on like the other side of it, and I kept saying, "Oh, I'm gonna get up, because I gotta stream. I'm gonna get up, and then it turned 8 o'clock, and I just was like, okay, I think it's safe to say I'm not gonna stream today, because for me, I don't think I've ever explicitly said this, but I feel like people who have been to my streams enough, or like within my Discord and Twitter and things like that, probably have started to figure out that if like I haven't streamed by 8 p.m., I'm probably not gonna stream that day. That's usually my cutoff time to know if I'm gonna stream. And if I do decide I'm gonna stream later than 8, I already know, and I've already mentioned it like in Discord or in Twitter or something to let people know. But if I haven't said anything yet and it is 8 o'clock, more than likely I ain't gonna stream. So that's kind of what happened on Friday. So we didn't get to play Steel Rising. I plan to play Steel Rising this Friday. So I will probably mention this again, what I'm about to say, again later when more of you guys are here. I kind of always get all the stuff out in the beginning, even though I know usually nobody's here to hear it. But it kind of makes me remember so that the next time I have to say it, I remember that these are things I have to say. But Friday I do plan to stream Still Rising. So I am instead thinking about making a charity stream on Saturday, because originally I was going to make it on Friday, but you know, that was back when I was assuming I was playing Still Rising still every Friday, and I still have not played it. And part of me just kind of really refuses to not play this game on Friday, because it has been almost a month since I have continued Steel Rising. So I really want to get back to it, and I don't want to make another excuse to not play, because I know how I get. If I make another excuse to not play for another week, I'm probably just gonna not play it anymore. And I would like to try to get back, because I was enjoying it, and if I stay away from a game for too long, I end up not enjoying it when I come back, or I can't get back into it, and I want to get back to it before that happens. So Friday, I'm still going to play Still Rising, and I will more than likely be doing a stream on Saturday instead, and it'll be a charity stream. It'll be 6 hours. I think I'm gonna make it 3 to 9. At first, if it was Friday, I was gonna make it 4 to 10, but I think I'm gonna do 3 to 9, so I can end a little earlier. And I just have to figure out the games, but I'm gonna kind of flip-flop back and forth between games of my choice. I don't necessarily think I'm gonna have my games fully planned out. I think it's gonna be a bit of just a fun time. I'm gonna play some games. I might chat a little bit with you guys. I feel like if I do that, I can make it to 6 hours. If I have to just play a full... Not y'all want to install firmware right now. I mean, sure, go ahead. Do it. Do it now, because I'm still doing my talk. The audacity of my laptop. Anyways. But yeah, I feel like if I'm going to do a longer stream, whether it's 6 hours, I don't know if I could do an 8-hour stream. That's why I haven't made myself do one yet. But if I do ever end up doing like longer streams, it would have to be where I am playing other games and also taking breaks with just chattings. I can't just play like Stardew Valley all through. Unless I'm really into Stardew Valley or really into whatever game it is, but I need to have the option to leave. So I just need to figure out some more incentives, because that means that my incentives aren't necessarily tied to my games. I'm gonna do more of like just incentives tied to me or like general ideas. So that's the part that I am stuck on as my incentives. I kind of have my milestones already. I just need the last milestone. So probably when people come in more, I will start to open it up. Hi, Jakara! Welcome in! You caught me in my initial ramble, which I will probably repeat for you. Because I was saying that I refuse to not play Steel Rising this week. Like, I absolutely refuse to not play it on Friday. I've made enough excuses. I haven't played it in ages. I need to play it. So I think that instead of doing the charity stream on Friday, which is what I was planning to do, I will do it on Saturday. So I think I'm going to have a Saturday stream. But I kind of had wanted to run it by all of you guys before I put the stuff out, so I could make sure that I'm going to do it in a time that I think people can actually make it. Because I think I'm going to do it Saturday from 3 to 9. So it's going to be 6 hours for one tree planted. I'm going to try to plant some trees. And I just need to... Also, sorry if me, like, rocking back and forth message you guys up. I can't help it. I kind of... I move a lot. I shake a lot. I can't help it. I have to move my legs. Yeah, Saturday stream. For a little work lurk? Nice! Yeah, so it'll be a charity stream on Saturday from 3 to 9. The only thing now is I just need to figure out my other milestone options and some incentives of like what things would make you guys excited to donate and stuff like that, or goals for the donation. So I'm trying to figure out types of streams you guys might like or types of things you guys might like to see me do. But also if you ever have a suggestion, you can let me know, because sometimes I feel like I don't know what y'all actually like. It's like I'm always scared I'm gonna put something down and then like you guys are like, I don't actually want to even see this. Like, I don't actually care about seeing you do this thing. Like, I don't care about this type of stream, but I mean, go off, sis. So I do want to kind of get suggestions today, hopefully, because I plan to finally announce it tomorrow. I wanted to originally announce it today, but today I switched it to Saturday. So I wanted to kind of let people know today first to make sure it's fun. Make sure that people actually can come on a Saturday, and then I will do it on Saturday. Because I refuse to miss Steel Rising on Friday. But if I do a 6-hour charity stream on Friday, I'm not gonna play Steel Rising. That's not the game that I'm gonna play for 6 hours. It's not gonna happen. And even if I play another game before Steel Rising, I might not want to play Steel Rising by the time like I get to the time to do Steel. I might not want to, so because Steel Rising requires so much effort from me. Which is why I kept putting it off, because I've just been so busy and stuff. But anyways, we have that. Ooh, I'm also excited because soon I'll be able to start to show you guys my practice setup. Because I got like all of my stuff, like almost all of my stuff now for like my market. Like almost all of the table prep things, supplies that I needed, I've gotten it. I just have to like print out my prints. And I'm just waiting on items now. So I'm waiting for the bookmarks. I'm waiting for the stickers. I'm waiting for the keychains, but I'm not expecting the keychains to come before my first market. I'm expecting it to come after May 6th. So I'm not expecting to have it with me on May 6th. But yeah, I'm just waiting for everything. What game would you want to play for 6 hours? Would it be something more cozy so you're not stressed, or something that always has something going on? See, you know what's funny? For 6 hours, I'm actually hoping and expecting for it to be a cozy, like, it's gonna be a cozy time. I might play one game. Maybe I'll play a couple of games with some just chatting in the mix. I feel like if I can do that, I'll be fine. Because then, let's say I play one cozy game I like, and then I'm like, after 2 hours, I'm done. I could take a quick little break. We come back. I could talk to you guys for a while, figure out a new game, play that. If that doesn't last me for the rest of the 4 hours, that's fine. I could stop. I could talk a little more, play another game. That's kind of the vibe I'm going for with the 6 hours. So that's part of why I think my incentives is like causing me some trouble, because I have to figure out incentives that are like more general and more based off me, I guess, and things that I'll do, because I can't make the incentives necessarily based off a game, because I'm not really planning to play a game for the entirety of stream. The first time I did this charity, because I did this charity stream before, I did it 2 years ago, I think, at this point. I think I did it in 2021. When I originally did it the first time, I played Stardew Valley for 6 hours. And that was fine. I mean, I can play Stardew Valley for 6 hours, but can I play Stardew Valley for 6 hours now? I don't know. I don't know if I can. I personally don't know what game I can play for 6 hours. My mind likes to take breaks sometimes. Some days it focuses and it can play something for 10 hours, and sometimes I'm lucky I get an hour in a game. Like, it's sometimes my mind, my body's just like, yep, I'm ready to not do it. So that's also why I think the longest types of streams you'll catch me doing are 6 hour ones, because I don't necessarily know if I personally can go longer than 6 hours, because I start to get very uncomfortable in my chair and things like that. I start needing to like stand up and like take a break or lay down and stuff. So I know what you mean. I'm struggling to play The Sims right now, and it's been open since 11 a.m. Yeah, like, well, I will say I can play The Sims. But that's also like when I'm in my zone and I'm not talking to people. Like, when I'm not talking to anybody, put me in the Sims game. If I actually have something that I'm doing, like I know how I want to play this family, I can play for hours easy. Easy. But make me have to narrate stuff that I don't know. I get tired. So, but yeah, I think nowadays my cutoff though, with any game, even when I'm into it, is 4 to 5 hours most of the time now. Because I think when I was playing D&D, not yesterday, because I did get to play D&D yesterday, and I saw the D&D movie. I got to see the D&D movie recently. I wasn't actually planning to see it, or at least not yet, because I still kind of feel like I haven't heard much about what's going on with like Hasbro and all that stuff. But the thing that made me go was my sister literally told me in the beginning of the week, she was just like, last week, she was like, oh, I want to take you to see the D&D movie during spring break. And I was like, huh? And she was like, yeah, I want to take you to see the D&D movie because I know that you like D&D. So I want to take you to see D&D. She was like, I'm not going to know anything in the movie, but I want to take you. And I was just like, how, in my mind, I was like, how can I say no to that? How can I tell my sister no? When she is willing, she like 100% said it on her own, was willing to take me to see something that she has had absolutely zero interest in. Zero interest in Dungeons and Dragons. But we went to the movies. What was it? Yesterday? Yeah, we went to the movies yesterday. Before I played D&D. And it was actually really, really good. So like, for anybody who is going to see it or is thinking about seeing it, even if you haven't like played Dungeons and Dragons, it's honestly just a really fun time. It was actually really good. I really enjoyed it. But what I was originally gonna say, I lost my thought for a second. What I originally was gonna say was some of the other times I played D&D where like we might have been playing for a long time because maybe we planned to do a 4-hour session, and then, you know, things happen. You end up talking about other stuff, or the encounters take way longer than you guys planned. So there were times where we would be sitting there playing D&D for like hours, like 6 hours, 7 hours. One time I think we went 8 hours playing, and that exact day, even though I had a blast, that exact day was the day that I told myself I can't play D&D for 8 hours. I can't do it for 8 hours. My body will not let me. By the time we reached hour 5 or 6, I had kind of mentally checked out. I was trying really hard to keep my focus. But I noticed that when I get to like 5 hours, 6 hours and stuff, if I have to continue to sit, like it's one thing if I'm playing a game that I want to play on my own free will. Not saying D&D isn't that, because it is. But like where I have 100% ability to get up whenever I so please, and I stay there for 6 hours, it's different. But like even with D&D or streaming, because I kind of put them in the same, because for me with D&D, I play it online. So I have to stay at my computer because we play it on Discord. So, you know, I have to keep the webcam on me. I have to stay close enough for my mic. I have to stay kind of put so that I can continue to play. So I can't move. Once I'm in that situation where I technically cannot move, once I hit 5 hours, my body is just like, no, I don't want to still be here. Even if I'm enjoying myself, my body has checked out. My mind has checked out. All I can focus on is, man, I really want to lay down. Like, I really want to lay down on my bed. Like, man, I could see my bed in my webcam. I really wish I could just get up and go lay down on it. I just want to, like, walk around and stand and, like, go downstairs or something like that. So, that's the way it goes for me with stuff. I can't stay in my bed. I mean, in my chair for like 5 hours straight. I have to take a break. I have to do something. Now let me get this back set up because I had to update my PC apparently. Let me make sure chat is fine. Got that up. Got that up. Perfect. Lovely. But yeah, so that's what we have to look forward to. I will tell you guys, at least for the charity stream that's gonna happen on Saturday, I have the goal at 500. Of course, I hope that we can make the goal. I think the last time I did this, I did it at 350 and we made it. But at the same time, like, I understand that money is tight for every single person. So any little bit is always lovely. If we make the goal or we do not, I will still be happy that I got to do this little charity stream. The incentives I have right now is that for $5, I'll put a sticker on my face. And then I have it at 50 for a free, like, color sketch bust, basically. So, like, you'll get, like, a cute little sketchy portrait or something. And, yeah, and if you're in Discord, then I will send it to Discord. And you can let me know what you want, or you'll let me know, like, your socials or your email or something. And then for milestones, I have a tier list stream. I have a full color art commission. I have the Mononauts pick the stream. So you guys can decide on what type of special stream you guys would want from me. What was the other one? There was another one that I had. I had an OC cosplay stream where I have to dress up as one of my characters for a stream. And then I haven't figured out the last one. Because the last one is for making it to 5. So I have to figure out the last milestone. So if you guys have suggestions of types of special streams or things you might want to see from me, feel free to let me know throughout the stream. I will mention it at times. But aside from that, there's nothing much else to tell you guys. Next week will be... I think it's next week. I think next week is my art stream over in BGGC. I have to make sure because I have so much stuff going on right now. Yes, next week is BGGC's art stream, but today we will be checking out Imperial Grace's demo. Jakar, by the way, this is the game that I was telling you about that I wanted to play the demo for because you play as like a ruler or something. So like, yeah, there's like romance and stuff, but you also supposedly have to like rule your kingdom. So I think there's supposed to be like narrative choices that you have to make and like control like taxes and all that stuff. So this is this game. So I'm excited to try it out. I have absolutely zero clue how long the demo is. Y'all also know how I am, so I don't know if it's gonna be an hour, 2 hours. I don't know how slow I'm gonna go, how fast I'm gonna go. But if we finish kind of early, I'll just play something else real quick. I'll find another cozy game. Or maybe I'll go back to Bell Automata. We will see. We'll see how I'm feeling after I do a lot of reading, because I don't think this one is voice acted. I believe it's not. So this one's going to be full on narration. I have my bottle of water with me. There's gonna be a lot of reading. So I might not want to do any reading by the time I finish playing it. That's the only thing with the narrative games. I love them, but at the same time, when I stream them, I gotta read a book to y'all, which is fine. Like, who knows? Maybe I'll like do like some book streams or something, or like where I read stuff to you guys if that's stuff that you like. But yeah, so that's what we're gonna play today. We're gonna play this demo. I don't know how long it's gonna be, but I think I have now talked long enough. We talked almost 30 minutes, so I think this is a good time to get into the game. So let me move things over. Also, feel free when I start to let me know how music is and all that good stuff. Like if it's too loud, if I'm too loud, things like that. Let me just make sure that this thing actually popped over properly. Great. Yes. Would you like to see my squishmallows? Hold on, I'll show you my squishmallows very quickly, and then I promise we will get right to the game. Because we're like in the very, very beginning. You're gonna see pajama bottoms, so like don't judge me. But yeah, these two are squishmallows. I have my Froggy. I'm very creative. Her name is quite literally Froggy right now, at least. I was gonna name her Tila, but that's like literally the name of my sister's friend. But like I like Tila because she's teal and she's a girl, so like Tila, very creative. And then this is my other one, which is like a cup of hot chocolate, so I call her Mocha. These are them. These are my squishmallows. And then this one I got from Forever 21. No, Urban Outfitters, I think. But it's just so cute because it's a bear in a piece of toast. And it's adorable. So I love her. I love her so much. So yes. These I think I got within the year. If I didn't get it this year, I got it like towards the end of last year. Yeah. It was like, I feel like, what was it? This is also why I say I feel like unpacking kind of like changed my life, because in a way, I played unpacking and I watched like, oh, is it dropping frames? Let me check. Not my stuff wanting to not like me today. Again. I don't know why suddenly, like, my streams want to like mess up recently, because things have been fine before. And like now all of a sudden, because with BGGC's stream, it was being a menace too. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing this. I don't know. Yeah, because it keeps doing like little freezes. And we are not about to have a repeat. We are not. I'm not about to have a repeat of what happened to me on BGC stream. Hi, Josh. So, but at the same time, I also don't know how to fix it. Like, BGGC sent me stuff on how to fix it on OBS. I'm back in Streamlabs, because this is where I usually do my stuff. They sent me stuff on how to fix it, and genuinely, I went through the stuff, and it seemed like everything I had set up was fine. So I kind of don't know, like, what the deal is with everything. Like, it's just been weird. It's been very weird. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll just have to do some more updating, or I'll have to put my my wire back in, because I haven't had my wire in for a while. Usually there's really no way to fix it. Sometimes it's just a bad day or good day. Sometimes you just gotta sit it out. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit it out. But yeah, that's still annoying. But anyways, hi Josh, how are you doing? I also want to say, because we're about to go right back over to the live screen, but I was gonna just finish the sentence I was saying, which was unpacking changed my life low-key, because I was playing the game and I literally saw like how many stuffed animals she had, like the character, and I was just like, yo, like why am I not displaying the rest of mine? Because I like my stuffed animals. And I don't even know what it was. There was something very specific about unpacking where, like, I loved everything about the game. And when I would watch women and like female presenting or feminine presenting people like playing unpacking, it was one experience. And then most of the time when I watched men play unpacking, I almost felt offended every time I watched a man play, because every time I did, they'd have so much to say about how many stuffed animals they had, and like how much stuff they had in general, and like, yo, this is why this relationship ain't worked out, because you got too many stuffed animals and too many art things. Like, why'd you bring so much stuff into this person's apartment? Like the boyfriend level, oh my goodness, the boyfriend level was so eye-opening for me when I would actually see it from the perspective of a man playing, because every like woman and like feminine presenting person almost that I saw playing unpacking, when they got to the boyfriend level, everybody was mad. All of us were like, oh my god, like, he didn't even have the courtesy to like move stuff out the way for her so that she could move in. Like, he wouldn't even let her put the diploma up. Like, he didn't make any type of space for her. And then almost every, because, you know, Josh wasn't this way, but almost every man that I saw play unpacking, when you got to the boyfriend level, they were like, yo, why she bring so much stuff though? Like, why she got so much stuff? I don't understand why she got so much stuff. There ain't no place to put this. Like, she shouldn't got so much stuff. Why she got so many stuffed animals? See, this is why this probably ain't gonna work, because she got too many stuffed animals. Like, what are you, 5? Why you got so much? Why you got all this art stuff? Like, yo, why you got so much stuff? And like, they never even made a comment on the fact that the diploma goes underneath the bed. They were always just like, oh, well, there ain't no space, you brought too much stuff. You brought too much stuff. I don't know where else you thought they was gonna go. Like, you got too many things. And I'm just sitting there like, yo. And somehow, out of pure spite, because that is who I am, I was like, you know what? Now I'm buying all the stuffed animals I please, if it makes a man mad. If it makes certain men angry, I am buying every single stuffed animal that I want, and I am putting it on my bed, and I do not care anymore. Have absolutely no shame. And that is how I've been living my life since then. Hi, Lily! You caught me during a rant about unpacking before I get into this demo. Because I was showing Jakara and everybody my squishmallows that are on my bed. Yeah. Let me like, catch up also. Stuffed animals are fun. Clutter is fun when it's properly managed in a way that doesn't stress you out. Yeah, exactly. I love, and I'm learning that I really like cozy stuff. Like, if it's kind of cozy, textured things make me happy, like soft stuff. And I'm at the point now where if it makes me happy, I'm gonna put it in my room. As long as it's in a nice place, because I also like things to look aesthetically pleasing. As long as it looks nice, I'm happy. Also below, but how are you doing? How are you doing today, Lily? Buying things out of spite that simultaneously makes literally. That's my MO. I run off of spite. I'm just like a little angry gremlin because I'm only like 5 feet. I'm made of anger, spite, and a little bit of happiness. You want to play that? Oh, goodness. Please play Unpacking. It is a lovely, lovely game. It is probably like my absolute favorite and my comfort game at this point. I have replayed Unpacking like 5 or 6 times. Like on the PC version, they've updated it to have more saves. I've played every save that they've given me, and then I just recently rebought it for my Switch so that I can play it in my bed. I love that game. It's so calming. I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Also, I'm really happy that you're doing good. I'm very happy you're doing amazing. I'm doing pretty good too. I've been a little stressed lately, but we getting through. Today though, oh, and also for anybody here, I just want to do a very, very quick shout out because I know when I was saying this earlier, not everybody was here, but Saturday, it was going to be Friday, but Saturday, I'm going to do a charity stream for One Tree Planted. Yes, I know I have not technically made the announcement on Twitter. Please don't judge me. But I am going to try to do a 6-hour charity stream on Saturday for One Tree Planted, raise some money for the trees. But I also would love to hear you guys' opinions on types of milestones you might want to see, incentive stuff, fun streams, things like that. So if you guys have suggestions of stuff you want to see from me, want to see me do, streams you want to see, you can feel free to let me know during the stream. You don't have to do it right this second. You can, like, if it just randomly pops into your head while we're like an hour in, you can do it like that. Because I would also like to get you guys' input. I kind of have most of the milestones set up, but I still would like to kind of get a gist of what you guys would like. But today, we're gonna play the demo for Imperial Grace, as you can see. I've been wanting to play this one for a little bit now. I've just hadn't gotten a chance. But it is a narrative game, and we are going to get to play as a ruler. I believe we'll be like a queen or empress or something. We will be queen, and we get to do, you know, the regular stuff that you do in narrative games, so some type of romance probably, but also you get to rule a kingdom. So you get to do that other fun stuff that we like to, you know, get mad at royals for. We get to be that. Which is always so funny, because I'm always the first one to be like, eat the rich, blah blah blah. But let me play as royalty for like a few hours. I'm game for it. Let me create some taxes. Listen, streams within reason. Within reason. I am never touching foot to Resident Evil 7 or Outlast. No. No. I would probably only play those games for legit 5 minutes. And I would pause and nope out of there. It is, I don't have the capacity to do it. I'm gonna just say it now. Listen, I'm a big scaredy cat. I'm a punk. I mean, like, if we do a scary game, I just have to do one that's a little light. I can't jump in with Outlast. I'm sorry. I've seen Outlast. I've watched people play it. And I basically watched it by watching one corner of the screen because I had a pillow up for the other half of it. I had a pillow up for the other side of it. Because I couldn't do it. You played Resident Evil 7 and 8? Nice! But you play scary games, Lily, right? I feel like I see you play like scary games and shooters and stuff like that. You play 7? Full guys. I just started playing Outlast, so I get you there. Yeah, Outlast to me is like a different level of it. And I couldn't even watch, I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna finally press new game. I couldn't even watch Outlast 2 because me and my family, because it really is like a family thing for us, like there is something about scary media that deals with religion too heavy that we just can't jive with it. We just can't. And we're not even like super duper religious, but there's just something about things that deal with like nuns and the church and priests and God and stuff. It just starts getting a little, and like Outlast, the original one, had it some, but like I think Outlast 2 is literally in a Sunday school or something. And I was just like, because I watched the demo and they was saying too many biblical verses, and I was like, I ain't gonna watch this one. No. Okay, this game is intended for a mature audience. It contains many themes that could offend the sensitivity of younger players. The complete list of trigger warnings is available in our store page. You're going to play a demo version of the game. Thus, the content might be subject to change, and some features are missing, like the diplomacy. Okay. Show me some tips. We ain't skipping the tutorial. So no demonologist treat. Nope, none of that. The new Phasmo that came out. Listen, I played Phasmophobia once. And I never touched it again. And I realized that like if I ever do play like a co-op horror game, I must play where whoever's playing with me understands that, one, I am a scaredy cat. You are not going to make me be the person that goes into the scary room with the scary thing by myself. Not gonna happen. And we also gotta make it lighthearted. we gotta make it lighthearted. If I go in with other people who aren't gonna make it lighthearted or are gonna try to make me actually be the person to go in there by myself, can't do it. Not playing it. So I never touched it again. The way I bought it, played it once and quit because I had no one to play with. Aww. That's always the worst. Okay. Click anywhere on the screen to progress in the story. Use your mouse wheel to go back, even after a choice. You can fasten the test display in settings. A colorblind mode is available in settings. 2 fonts, dyslexic and simple, are available in settings. Click on the chest in the upper corner to see your available resources. All right. This game is also by a French developer, by the way. So if you do see any like typos and stuff, that's probably what it is. We'll do normal. You will need to manage your resources wisely. Oh no, we're not doing infinite. I got creeped out in the tutorial because when I explore the rooms, yeah, I can't do it. Like, honestly, like, I don't mind playing a scarier game with people, but I don't mind it because I'm hoping that means that being with people is gonna make it easier for me because I'm too scared to do stuff by myself. Like, that's why I can't finish scary games, because, like, I pause because I'm like, nope, I ain't going in there. I'm not going in there. Okay, so the facial structure also changes depending on the skin color that you choose. Okay. I should make her look like Naima. Because her hair is white, so like I should make her look like her. That's what we should do. Lydia of Terranil. Terranville. We're gonna, can we change her name? Yeah, we're gonna make her Naima. Cause why not? Why not? What is this? Oh. No, do you want to pick the warpath? You'll gain army and combat bonuses. Basin will be your tutelary god. No. The stewardship path. You'll gain economy and mathematics bonuses. Myriad will be your tutelary god. What is this one? Diplomatic path. You'll gain diplomatic and poison bonuses. Oh, not diplomacy is so that you could poison your enemies. Oral will be your god. And what's this one? Faith path. You'll gain religion and faith bonuses. Amatera will be your god. Yeah, so you can have different eye color in this. That's pretty cool. I will at least say that even though there's not, like, multiple different types of, like, black hairs, I do like that there's an option for it. And the hairs are honestly pretty cute. I don't think that's how you I know what you meant. I know what you meant, though. Mathematics gag? Gaggy. What do I... Okay, I have to choose a specialty. One thing I will say is I do kind of wish that they put the, like, a description of the specialty when you hovered over it. Like, if when you hovered, it went over here or something, so you didn't have to click it each time. Okay, so there's war. I get army and combat bonuses. I have economy and mathematics bonuses. Diplomatic and poison. And religion and faith. So, I feel like for now, I kind of want to rule as if I am Naima. And, like, if I'm ruling as if I'm Naima, she would probably either do war or, like, it would be between war, diplomacy, and the, faith. Because she's very religious, technically. She just, you know, believes in her magic gods or whatever. But I feel like she'd do war. And I kind of don't want to do religion. I don't want to do it. What do you guys want? Which one should I pick? We ain't doing mathematics though. That's yuck. I mean, we do like gold, but like I don't know if I want to do math. Let's do... We're gonna do war the first time. Because it is a demo, so I could always play this again one day. Alright. We will try... No, we're gonna do this one. We're gonna do faith. We'll try that one. You know Naima best? We'll do faith. We'll do that. Okay, so we did that. Your Highness! Your Highness! A panicked voice resonated in my dream like an echo. A few moments before, I understood that it came from somewhere else and woke up with a jolt, disoriented. Ooh, that background is nice. The palpable feeling of urgency had immediately brought me to my senses, but it still took me a few seconds to recognize the advisor's voice, as well as the room I was in. Alden? What's going on? Your Highness, I bring terrible news. Your father was assassinated last night. Oh, snap! Now we starting out as queen because of an assassination. I was ready to hear just about anything. Managing crises was an important part of royalty, after all, and yet I was completely stunned by the news. My father was dead, at the hands of an assassin, just a few rooms away from me. All the implications from this revelation bounced through my head, drenched in doubt and fear concerning my own security and the future of the realm of Calidia. Or Chaldea? I'm gonna call it Chaldea, because Calidia sounds like something else. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. I did everything I could to save him, but I was too late. Pulling myself out of my lethargy, I thought... Don't mind me. I looked down on Alexander, who knelt next to the bed, his head bent low, as if the weight of his shame stopped him from getting up. Is that her me? I don't know. I'm assuming it's not. I don't know though. I don't know though. We gonna see. Whatever went down, I knew he had nothing to be ashamed of. When I was just a child, I already admired his talents, and they grew steadfast with age and the position of general. How old is Alexander? Hold on a sec. How old is Alexander then? I'm assuming then Alexander is older then. Why do you draw him like that then? Why do you draw him like that then? His presence here was a relief. I didn't know the assassin's full intentions, but even if they were after me, as long as Alexander was by my side, I didn't have anything to worry about. Don't put yourself down like this. You aren't responsible for what happened. We'll bring the regicide to justice. Still mortified, Alexander stayed on his knees, but nodded in approval, convinced by the strength in my voice. As for me, now that I had said it out loud, I felt that the information had settled in my mind, and I finally accepted it as truth, with a full understanding of the situation. I hope she could fight. I hope she could fight too. My father, Magnus X, Emperor of Chaldea, was dead. Many would have broken down after hearing such news, but for years now, I hadn't held an ounce of affection for him. His death was actually good news to me. It marked the beginning of a new era that I oh so desired, since I had learned where my destiny lay. I was to succeed him. I was to become the Empress. Oh, look at that happiness on her face. Look at that happiness. But it wasn't yet time for celebration. Although I was the legitimate heir to the throne, I had plenty of detractors, and I still needed to figure out why the assassination had taken place. I had many questions about the killer's identity and motivations. I want to check settings real quick. I want to see how fast the text speed can go. I'm making text speed a little quicker. Not because I read fast, because I want it to disappear a little bit more. Oh, they got full-on erotic scenes. Good to know, though. I was lost in thought, and it took me a while to realize that Alden and Alexander were staring at me, worried, surely awaiting a reaction or a declaration from me. Both had known me since my early childhood. They knew that not one of those words I have an actual hard time saying. Enmity I felt for the Emperor. Every time that word is there, I cannot say it for some reason. And I trusted them enough to set all pretenses aside. But it was, perhaps, a bit inappropriate to rejoice over my father's title while my father's dead corpse was still warm. After taking a deep breath, I threw off my covers and got up, eyeing them. Pretend to be sad. Stay neutral. I'm gonna pretend to be sad, because, we did pick faith, so we're gonna pretend to be sad. I straightened up, faltering, my hand over my heart, and I put on my most pained and saddened face to declare in a trembling voice, "The loss of my father is a terrible tragedy. I still have trouble accepting it." My performance was exemplary. I was quite proud of the slight tremors in my speech, but it seemed Alden wasn't entirely convinced. He scoffed. Come on, Your Grace. Keep your sad orphan tears for the court. Even if your little performance is quite convincing and will work wonders on the masses, it doesn't fool anyone in this room. I know fairly well what you felt for your father, and you never seemed the kind of person who would be this sensitive. The way there was no actual option for sadness, literally. Like, they wanted you to know she ain't sad whatsoever. Like, you can't even pretend to be sad. You ain't sad. You have your head screwed on right, which is a part of which is a part of you that I admire. I sighed inwardly at being so easily exposed, but I politely kept on my smile. Now that is not a regular old smile. That is a different type of smile, girl. You're right. His death doesn't mean much to me, but just as you said, I can't very well display my indifference before the court. I might as well practice now. Well, at present, ensuring the kingdom's stability is our top priority. I'm counting on you to protect and serve me. This won't be an easy task, but I'm sure we can accomplish great things. This time, Alexander got up, putting his hand on his sheath in a dignified and military posture. At your service, Highness. May the four witness my oath. I solemnly swear that I will protect you until my dying breath. Emphatic, he bowed down before lifting his eyes up to me. I smiled and accepted his allegiance with a certain poise, despite my unkempt hair and my nightgown. Marjorie, my tutor, often told me that everything about me showed nobility. I didn't need any props to act like an empress. Today, I understood what she had meant. Alden, however, didn't seem to share the general's fervor. Forgive me, Your Majesty, for tarnishing your enthusiasm, but there is a very delicate question that I have to ask. Have you had your father killed? Ooh. His abrupt question threw me off, and I stared at him, wavering between surprise and indignation. How dare you even suggest such a possibility? You're going too far, advisor. Come on, don't be offended. You said it yourself. You've hated your father since the death of your brother. Oh, you've always held him responsible for it. Bold, okay, right? And your father dies on the very day of your return to the palace? Whatever your answer is, I'll accept it, but I need to know. I felt anger rise within me at these words, and I walked to the window to breathe some fresh air. After I took a few deep inhales, I finally turned around to face him and gave him my answer in a firm voice. On the one hand, my presence here isn't a coincidence. The Emperor celebrates, or rather was about to celebrate, his birthday in 2 days. Half of the Empire's noblemen are here. It's undeniable that the event presented the perfect opportunity to strike. The palace is swarming with unknown guards and servants. It's much harder to provide security in these circumstances. Exactly. On the other hand, your suspicions are an insult to my intelligence, advisor. After a regicide, the heir is always suspected. If I had really wanted to speed up fate, you better believe I would have been smarter about it. Marjorie taught me the rules of the game. I would never risk losing everything in such a foolish way. I know my ascension to the throne will already be difficult because I'm a woman. I'll state it plainly if it can relieve your doubts, but listen closely because I will not repeat myself. No, I did not have my father assassinated. My eyes trained on him. I crossed my arms, almost daring him to contradict me as I kept a lid on my fury. Alden seemed to gauge me for a moment, then nodded in assent and apology. Please forgive me, Your Grace. At nightfall, I'll alert the Master of Murmurs, and will launch an investigation to uncover the truth and bring justice to your father. I would have preferred more vivid regrets, But under the circumstances, this was enough, and I felt my anger slowly fade away. I accept your apology. Let's not speak of this again. There are more urgent things to do. The news will, no doubt, make quite a commotion. You've asked us to swear allegiance to you. I assume you will try to claim your rightful place as heir, Your Grace. Yes, I've always wanted to become Empress. In any case, I've always wanted to become Empress. We already found this out. We already wanted to do this. But also, if we're gonna play as Naima, I'm gonna do it. And in any case, I don't have a choice. So we're gonna do that. I heaved a deep sigh and mustered all my determination to answer him without leaving any doubts as to my intentions. In any case, whether I want it or not, I don't have much of a choice. I know there aren't many people in the direct line of succession, but if you truly don't want to, I believe one of your bastard brothers would do the trick. You know full well that my cousins would I cannot speak today, don't mind me, the position. This would mean the start of a succession war that would drown the kingdom in fire and blood. Hello, Lady... I always mispronounce. Lady Malicine? Is that how you say your name? I hope I said it correct. You can let me know if I did. But also, welcome in. How are you doing? I hope that you're doing good. But also, if you do want to lurk, feel free to lurk. Lurking is always welcome. I don't want to pull you out of lurking territory if you don't want to be pulled out. Not the bastard brothers, literally. Even if by some miracle the nobility came out in favor of one of my half-brothers, there's no guarantee that it would all go well. Okay, so maybe she didn't like her dad because he had some bad values and he was just making babies all across the lands, apparently, because she got so many half-brothers. Blue is your favorite color? Nice. It's also my favorite color as well. So, but welcome in. I hope you're doing good. We are checking out the demo for Imperial Grace today, which is made by a indie studio from France. So yeah, and I believe they have a Kickstarter and they actually reached their goal already. So they're doing all of their like stretch goals now. But yes, that's what we're playing today. I will probably eventually go into the settings and like, I don't know if it will end up coming up during the demo, but more than likely if I continue to play the demo or I play this game, I will more than likely turn off the erotic scenes because I don't play those types of games on streams. So those will probably get turned off. Just FYI for everybody. Blue Gang, even though I switched back to my red. Yes, you did. You did switch back to your red. I appreciate it too. And it's like, it's funny because now that you were back to red, I completely forgot that you had switched to a different color the other day. Because now you're back to normal. So I didn't even real. Yeah, erotic scenes. That's what I saw when I came here. I was like, wait, hold up a second. They got full on scenes in here. So like, I don't know if it's actually off or on. Like, I need it to be where like if you click it, okay, I'm assuming that means it's off. I need for when you hover over it, it tells you what it's currently set to. But yeah, they got this full scenes. Because I know that in the Kickstarter, I think they had shared that they had nude sprites of everybody. So I was like, I mean, they looked fantastic, but I was like, we ain't gonna play that in the stream. Y'all ain't gonna watch me blush. That ain't gonna happen. Good thing you looked at. Imagine I didn't look at it though. I would have been a tomato because I would have picked the romance, and then all of a sudden they would have been naked on the bed. I'd be like, oh my god! I promise I'm an adult, you guys, but I still blush. Y'all can tell. I'm light skinned. I'm sorry. I turn red. They know nothing of politics. They'd be nothing more than puppets, or even worse, incompetence. Whether I like it or not, I have a duty to this nation's people, and I do not plan on shrinking it. In any case, even if I were to retire to my estate to manage it, I would still be a potential threat to their reign. I'll never be safe, even if I were to completely relinquish my right to the throne. There's no doubt about it. I have to be the next empress. Only time will tell, but I think I am the best possible choice under the circumstances. I don't doubt that, Your Grace. In fact, I'm rather relieved to see you have already thought about it. Like you said, our country needs stability. We can't get away with a weak-willed monarch on the throne. I'm sure you'll be a wonderful Empress, Naima. His words were barely a whisper, but I was sure of what I had heard, and I felt my cheeks redden a little. This man saw you as a toddler. No, that's gross. I know we dealing with the royal family, and that's probably okay, but no, girl, no. That's gross. She probably like 23, maybe only 20. This man like 45, 50. No. Don't go after this Leonardo DiCaprio man trying to get with the 24-year-old. No. Don't make that one of the romantic interests, please. So you as a child. Not the blue phase being irrelevant. That one painter would be so disappointed. Listen, blue phases are always relevant, but not yours. I'm kidding. We love Jakara here. I promise. Maybe they grew up together. I'm a hope we learn more and they both were children or something. But it seems like he always kept her safe. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. He always kept her safe. He's always been a guard. That's the vibe I'm getting from this. He seemed embarrassed by his own boldness and blushed more violently than me, while I flashed him a smile to reassure him. It had been years since I had last heard him call me by my name. Even if I had no doubts about my own abilities, it was always refreshing to see the trust he gave me. I cleared my throat and regained my posture so I could give my orders. This would be a long night. Who else knows about the assassination, for now? Alexander seemed surprised by my question and frowned a bit while searching his mind. When I found the body, I immediately went to warn the advisor, and both of us rushed to see you. The only ones who know about it are the guards who were patrolling with me and your father's personal maid, who was passing by. We knew it would be bad to attract attention, so I had her discreetly sent to the dungeon for interrogation. How about the guards who were stationed before my father's door? Both are dead. I also had their corpses taken to the dungeon for examination. I paced the room, lost deep in thought. You've done well. Now we have to keep it all a secret. It's imperative that no one else hears about it. That is definitely a lot of disturbing, but baby, they did grow up together. How much is... We don't know yet. So we just started the demo. To catch you up on the little bit we know, we just started it. We started it where we're in bed right now in our nightgown, and our advisor and like the head of the military or whatever came to our bed and was like, yo, your father's dead. He was assassinated during the night, a few like doors down. What we gonna do? You about to be empress. And that's kind of where we are. And all we know is that like within the conversation, and she kind of mentioned that like while she was a child, she always looked up to both of them, like the advisor and the military guy, but she like blushing at the military guy. So I'm like, if it's been like you've been looking up to them since you were a child, I don't know if he was a full adult while you was a child, if you was a teenager while you was a child. Either way, it's a little weird to me. He quite literally watched you grow up. That's a little weird. I don't know. We gonna see more. We gonna learn more about them. Your Majesty, this won't be an easy secret to keep. Obviously, we won't be able to do that forever. I only need a few days, so I can stay ahead of my detractors. Alden looked thoughtful for a few moments, then he nodded. I see. So you want to act before everyone else, which should give you the upper hand. Exactly. Very smart. I have no doubt that some people will want to take advantage of the situation, especially since you're a woman, which surely won't be to everyone's taste. I don't know why when I read, suddenly my nose decides to act up. Even if you are unquestionably the rightful heir, your place will be fought over. But if you don't give them time to react, that could make things a great deal easier. That's what I was thinking too. I'd love it if the situation was more straightforward, but this is a little white lie, and the alternative is the chaos of a wildly disputed succession. Alden nodded, and I continued developing the rest of my plan. In the meantime, pretend that His Majesty is not feeling well, and investigate discreetly. I see. I'll order my men to stay silent. I'll also ensure that they haven't said a word so far. About that, it might be wiser to ensure that they can't talk at all. Low-grade staff is known for its gossiping, even the guards. My men are trustworthy. They would never disobey. Would you be willing to bet on that? If it could jeopardize the plans of your new empress, to whom you have only just sworn allegiance? This Game of Thrones romance? Yeah, at least they're not siblings. That I would have been screaming. And that maid, can you also guarantee she'll keep quiet? His teeth clenched, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Alexander shook his head. The weight of Alden's words had also fallen heavily on my shoulders, and I observed both men while contemplating my next steps. Now we about to kill all the witnesses. This decision is yours to make, Your Grace, but I strongly advise you to silence them for good. Alden was right. The most effective way to ensure someone stayed quiet was to have them killed. However, there could be other alternatives to consider. Such a decision couldn't be taken lightly, because whatever I decided, I couldn't afford to regret it. We get into a big one. We are getting to a big one. Is he yes, he is not even just suggesting, he is advising us to kill them. Not the maid she was just mating? Literally. Cost. Okay, have them killed. We'll pretend they were collateral damage of the assassin. I'm sorry, Alexander, but we cannot afford to take any risks. What does this mean? Oh, okay. So I own 10 of these. What color is this? I don't know what that means. Okay, so whatever. Ensure their loyalty by promising them a much better position once I'm crowned. Even if they were really tempted to talk about what happened, this should be a good enough motivation to ensure their allegiance. When you explain to them that they mustn't say a word, give them a few coins and promise them more once the secret has been revealed. And in the meantime, send them on a vacation far away from here. That should be enough to guarantee their silence. Oh, these are actually kind of interesting choices. I was scared it was gonna be where, like, you know, sometimes with games, they have options where you know exactly what option they want you to do because it's probably the only one that will work. And then the other ones are kind of like not really the best. These are actually good options. What would Naima do? That's what I'm about to try to figure out, because have them killed, pretend they're collateral damage, ensure their loyalty by promising them a much better position once crowned, or give them coins and promise them more. So this is my thing. It's like, on one hand, Naima, I will say this. On one hand, my character. So I named her Naima in this, and I'm kind of playing as my OC, as Queen, which is kind of fun because technically, in a way, my OC is a form of royalty in like her world. So it's like on one hand, Naima 100% is not against killing people, but I feel like if she was, like, if something happened and somebody was assassinated within her home, and the guards, like, the maid found them or something like that, I don't necessarily know if she would kill them. I feel like she would try, because she does care about her people, I would feel like she would try to make sure that they don't talk, but find a way to keep them close without killing them right away. Like, if they did talk, then gone. But I don't think that she would kill them. So I'm between the last two. Promising a much better position. Or money. Money and a vacation. I feel like money and a vacation is kind of nice in a sense because it makes them leave. Whereas I feel like ensuring them like a better position doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna not talk. Because they're still gonna be there. And then you gotta make sure that they don't say anything about their, like, their promised position. So I think I'm gonna try the money one. I think I'm gonna try the money one. Yeah, I'm gonna try the money one. We'll see what happens. If there was something that Marjorie had taught me, it was the power of money. You said just kill him? I'm playing as Naima. I don't think that she actually would kill the maid. Personally. I don't think that she'd kill the maid. I was convinced that a few shiny coins were enough to silence them. Applying extreme methods wouldn't be necessary. With all due respect, Your Grace, my guards won't let themselves be corrupted so easily. Then what, you want me to kill? Like, at this point, I don't know what Alexander wants. At this point, I don't know what Alexander wants. Because, like, he doesn't want me to kill his guards, but, like, he also don't want me to give them some coins. Like, what do you expect from me, Alexander? It's not about corruption. It's rather about compensating them for their loyalty. It's just a matter of wording things correctly. Well, if you put it that way. In any case, it's much better than what the advisor suggested. Exactly! Like, I don't understand why Alexander over here calls him having a hissy fit. Alden wasn't used to opposing decisions too openly, and he merely shrugged. I'm fine with that. I have more reservations than you do about the integrity of your guards, but that's an acceptable compromise. Time will tell if we were right. I mean, I feel like I'm gonna end up killing him anyway. I'll go inform them. You'll see, Your Grace. You've made the right decision. He's the drama. Not he's the drama, Josh. Without further ado, he bowed once more and left the room with a heavy step. Alden seemed to be lost in thought for a moment, giving me time to come to my senses before he bowed down and returned. I must at least inform the Master of Murmurs of the situation, so that we may launch an investigation. I nodded, aware of our lead spy's discretion as well as his efficiency. Once that is all done, I'll come to you to plan the rest of your ascent. Once more, I nodded in approval, glad to be offered a little interlude that would allow me to gather my thoughts. And to dress decently while I was at it. After all, even if the coronation hadn't taken place yet, deep within me, I knew it. I felt it. I was the Empress. Hey, be the Empress. Chapter 1. That wasn't even chapter 1. The crown. We are here. We are now the crown. I wish I could blow my nose and it would actually, like, make the sound go away. Like, that's why I sound so nasally. Like, for some reason, I do these narrative games and I start talking for, like, 10 minutes and suddenly my nose want to be all nasally, but then nothing want to come out. Like, it just wants to be annoying for no reason. Because, like, I need to blow my nose, but, like, then I start reading and I feel like I gotta blow my nose. Hate it. The audacity of my body. Okay. Chapter 1. After learning of her father's death, Naima, supported by her advisors, decides to hide the emperor's assassination by bribing the few servants aware of the events. She hopes that this reprieve will allow her to set the stage in secret, so she can obtain the political support necessary to her coronation. I like the art though, so like look at this background. This is gorgeous. Spring, day 8, morning. The sun had now been up for a few hours, promising a beautiful day, but I knew I wouldn't be able to appreciate it. Excuse me. Now that the rush of adrenaline from the news had passed, all I had left were doubts on the days to come, which were going to be exhilarating as much as terrifying. Unpopular opinion, but we do need more period piece games. These are pretty... We really do. And I would even argue with your point and say we need not only just more period piece games, but we need more period piece games where we can be other races within the period. Like, please just continue to let me be black. Like, that's one of the things I am happy about with Steel Rising, because like we are quite literally in the French Revolution, but at least I can be a little automaton that is still a black lady. Like, let me still be a person of color. Like, that's quite literally all I want. Let me be in my fantasy. Let me be in my fantasy zone. Let me have it. I was gambling my future, along with... Okay, I gotta look at... Calidias. Calidia? I don't know why I cannot say the name of this, and I want to get a pronunciation properly, so I can keep saying it that way. Because it looks like Calidia, but I don't like how that sounds. Calidia. I guess it's Calidia. I guess it's that. Okay. And that was a big deal. I had said a different pronunciation, and I can't remember how I pronounced it. So it's Calidia. Chaldea, or whatever. I had spent the past few hours readying myself and refining the details of my plan to appease my latent nervousness as best I could. But that didn't help me shake off my main preoccupation, the servants. Like Alden had said, I had made a risky decision, and I had been torturing myself for hours wondering if it was worth it. I was tossing and turning. When I heard a knock at the door, I leapt out of my bed and let Alden in. There, Your Grace. We have followed your orders. I hadn't seen that he was accompanied by the Master of Murmurs, who came in after him. A slight discomfort washed over me. His role inside the palace was vital, but since I was a child, I had been terrified of his hidden face and the mysterious aura that surrounded him. Nevertheless, my discomfort turned into amazement when I saw him remove his hood as if it were nothing and turn to face me. My brain had pictured the worst for years, and it was very unsettling to finally be able to put a face to that man. I realized he wasn't as monstrous as I had imagined. In fact, I was so shocked that it made me forget the reason for my visitor's presence, which seemed to greatly amuse the Master of Murmurs, because of course he has to be attractive. Of course he's gotta be gorgeous or something, with like the little scar for added effect, because he's dangerous. We love it. Is there a problem, Your Grace? Oh, it's just, I didn't know that you could show your face. To be honest, I do what I want, but in principle. I only remove my hood in the presence of my sovereign and their close collaborators. Though I like to entertain the mystery and amity that come with the job, it would be far too dangerous for me to never reveal my face. Some people might use that to usurp my identity. I see. Though it was disconcerting, it was also rather reassuring to see that a man is as important. Not me just completely messing up the sentence. I'm gonna reread it. Though it was disconcerting, it was also rather reassuring to see that a man as important as the Master of Murmurs already acknowledged me as his sovereign. Wait, is he a ninja or something? So I'm assuming from what we've read, Master of Murmurs is probably like a spy. So he might not be necessarily a ninja, but he's a spy. He's the one that I think does a lot of the like dirty work and like sneaking around and whatnot to get the secrets and things. Alden cleared his throat to recall me to my duty, and I suddenly remembered the reason for the two men's presence, which immediately made my anxiety flare up. To keep myself from staring at the master spy, I faced the advisor and fully focused on him. Did everything go well? My anxiety must have been conspicuous, even if I was doing my best to put on a confident expression. The servants seemed convinced by your offer. They left the palace without complaining, so I suppose we can count that as a win. Despite all that, it's still a bit early to be sure of anything. I gave the Master of Murmurs and Alexander the task of keeping a close eye on the situation. The Master of Murmurs slowly nodded in assent. We'll know more tomorrow, but for the time being, there's nothing more to report. I lifted my eyes to meet my advisors and flashed Alden a reassuring smile. Clearly, he read my emotions better than I had thought, and I couldn't allow myself to visibly waver at such a critical time. I know that, and what's done is done. Now we must focus on the future. Bring the High Priest to the council room. I need him to contact the Quadrator. There's so many royal words, I do not know what they are. Robert is a pious? What word is that? I've seen it, but it's like one of those words you see in books, and I just pretend like I know what it is, and I'd go past. Okay, it means devoutly religious. Got it. Are you sure it's a good idea to confide in him? Everyone likes to think the devout never lie, but one doesn't obtain a place like his without cheating a little. I admit that the idea of lying to him came to me for a fleeting moment, but to fool him would be a complex task, and I'll be needing his support when the time comes. The people put great stock in men of faith. Very well, Your Majesty. Will that be all? Yes, thank you. Spring, day 8. Okay, I'm also gonna do a quick save. Empty slot. I mean, we're gonna name you something simple. We're gonna name you Save 1. Thank you. You summoned me, Your Grace? Yes, thank you for coming, Robert. I gestured for him to sit down, while I settled behind my father's imposing desk. Also, is the music too loud or is it okay? You can let me know. Like I had predicted, my behavior made him lift a curious brow, but I pretended not to notice it. I won't beat around the bush. My father, the Emperor, died during the night. Clearly, we had done a pretty good job at keeping that a secret, since the shock on his face seemed genuine. Volume's perfect? Great, I didn't even touch the volume in the game, so that's nice. What? But how? And why am I just learning about it now? I need to pray for his soul. I tried to appease him with a wave of my hand, inviting him to sit back down, since he looked like he was about to get up. He was murdered. For the time being, we're keeping his death a secret, so we can investigate without causing any sort of panic. It was the Master of Murmur's idea. He's convinced he'll be able to find the assassin more easily this way. Drowning in information, the high priest slumped into his chair and took in my half-truths while I assumed a saddened expression. Robert must be really trusted. Yeah, must be very trusted. It truly is a tragic situation. Keeping quiet and hiding my mourning is a very hard task for me. I know it's a lot to ask of you, but you need to keep this a secret. I want to do everything in my power to uncover the murderer, especially since I'm scared he could come after me. Once more, I was quite proud of the quivers in my voice, and my acting seemed to be effective since I saw a spark of compassion light up in his eyes. I understand now why the general was guarding your door like a common soldier. With a closed expression on my face, I nodded, searching for the right words. The first and main reason I've summoned you here is so that I could confide in you and ask you to pray for my departed father's soul. Of course, Your Majesty. I'll lock myself up in the great temple and dedicate myself to the task. My face still sad, I gave him a tight, grateful smile, but inside I felt relieved. His prayers should keep him busy enough that he wouldn't be tempted to reveal everything. Now I could move on to the true reason of his presence here. But before that, this saddens me, but I have another favor to ask of you. Of course, Your Grace. What is it? Well, Alden and I are afraid that all the upstarts across the kingdom will rush to the castle and try to usurp the throne as soon as my father's death is made public. In their greed, many forget that my line sits on the throne by the grace of the Four, so I'd like to send a letter to the Quadrator and have him support my coronation as well as reaffirm my legitimacy. Once more, he stayed silent, and I tried to hide my worry behind a veil of sadness. I hated that my plans depended on a single person, but I didn't have a choice. Only kings and high priests could hope to quickly reach the ultimate leader of the cardinals, and I technically wasn't a queen yet. I understand, yes. Your Magnus X's only legitimate child. The throne should be yours. That said, I don't know if the Quadrator will approve of those plans, since you're a woman, and an unwed one at that. I felt my body tense up at his words, and it took all I had to conceal how irritated I was by this reminder. I knew I would be told such things. I had mentally prepared myself for it, but obviously, it hadn't been enough. It's an issue, yes, and I'll do my best to find a fitting king quickly, but you'll agree that I cannot entrust the throne of Chaldea to just anyone. I have plenty of suitors, but I need some time to study each and every one of them. That's not something that can be done in just a couple of days, or even weeks. I will say, I think one of the things I do kind of wish, because I don't think it's an option. Oh, can we just, okay, let me see. Let me try switching it to simple. Because I was going to say, I think that, it being in all caps is also messing me up a little bit. Oh, I think that might be a little better, actually. The all caps is pretty, but it's a little harder for me to read, I feel. Alright. It's an issue? Yes. Blah, blah, blah. I have plenty of suitors, but I need some time to study each and every one of them. That's not something that can be done in just a couple of days, or even weeks. In the meantime, We do need someone to lead the country and make sure it doesn't sink into chaos. And if a regent were to be appointed, I'm afraid he might refuse to give the throne back to me and my husband, which would lead the whole country to a bloodbath. No one wants to see another era of murderous plots like during Magnus III's time. You're right, Your Grace. We cannot let such a tragedy befall us. I'll go write a letter to the Quadrator right away to express support for your coronation and explain our situation. Satisfied, I let out a sigh of relief. I thank you for your support, High Priest Robert. It means a lot to me. Swiftly, I opened one of the desk's drawers and pulled out a thin, sealed letter. While I was waiting for you, I humbly wrote a few words destined for the Quadrator. We've never met, and I hoped this would help him get to know me a little, as well as reassure him of my faith in the Four. I was thinking that, perhaps, you would be so kind as to add it to your own correspondence? Once more, he seemed a bit caught off guard, but he smiled instantly and enthusiastically. Of course, Your Majesty. It's a great idea. Relieved, I gave him the letter in question, while thanking him once more for his support and his help in these unprecedented times. I only hoped he didn't have the audacity to break the seal, because even if it did contain a few cliches on my virtues, the letter mostly made promises that could actually motivate the Quadrator. Okay, we got another one. I need to eventually learn what these colors mean. I'm assuming this one's cold. Okay, so they're this stuff. So this one's not diplomacy. This one's faith. This one's faith. So that's what this one means. I knew that gold made the world go round, and so I promised a hefty donation to the great temple of the Four in Meridian. Knowing his taste for luxury, I knew that he wouldn't be insensitive to a few more riches. Being truly pious, or devout, I don't know how to say the word properly. I had been corresponding with eminent scholars from Chaldea and Meridian, and, by sheer luck, I had discovered that two of them were common. I was sure that, should I reveal their names, the Quadrator would see that my faith was sincere and that I was happy to be of service to him, in complete secrecy. Okay, so I'm assuming that the Quadrator must be very religious, because they did say that he was pious or whatever. He was very devout, and we're supposed to be devout as well. I feel like this time I'm gonna go with the devout one. In the past, keeping my mouth shut and letting these charlatans run free had been quite hard to stomach, but Marjorie had taught me that it was important to play my cards in the right order. Today, I could only thank her for her advice, which would allow me to kill two birds with one stone. To play with a man as powerful as the Quadrator, and I wasn't talking about his possible connection to the gods, but his actual worldly power, was a risky move, but it was all worth it. The dice had been cast. I could only hope for things to go well, and prepare the field for my conquest of the Chaldeian nobility. All right. Okay, we're in the evening now. It's the same day. Despite my desire to act, for the time being, I couldn't do anything but wait for the Quadrator's answer. Even if the letter had left that very morning, Meridian was far away, and I knew I couldn't hope for an answer for at least 3 days. I had to chomp at the bit and act naive. My first thought was to mingle with the court so I could clear my head, but then, pretending that nothing was up and feeding rumors to justify my father's absence was more frustrating than doing nothing. Even Marjorie's presence irritated me. Despite her advanced age, as soon as she turned her inquisitive eyes onto me, I had the impression she managed to perceive the truth. and so I had taken refuge in the library, hoping to read a little, but in all honesty, even if I managed to unscramble a few words, my thoughts were far away, and my mind was replaying the events of the previous night. Asking myself again and again if I had done the right thing. Your Grace, forgive me for bothering you during your readings, but we have more news about the witnesses. Despite the mystery he shrouded his words in, I knew exactly what he was referencing, and that was enough to pull me out of my boring book. With a glance, I surveyed the library to make sure we were fully alone, before motioning for him to continue. I'm listening. What's going on? No, not they started talking. Okay, just as I feared, the few gold coins we gave the servants weren't enough. One of them, a soldier named Brunhin, has understood the value of his secret and is now trying to blackmail us. It was indeed a possibility I hadn't considered. To my greatest shame, I didn't think they would be cunning enough to know the value of this important secret. We can consider ourselves lucky that he still hasn't tried to sell that information to any of our political enemies. I'm sure the Baron of Levelois, I cannot say these names! Can't say them! Gosh! For example, would have paid a good price to get his hands on it. I gather we don't have many options. We don't indeed. Either we pay up, or we make sure to shut him up. And for good this time. Yeah, we gonna kill him. I would have liked to protest, but seeing how my own methods had failed, I couldn't well take offense when he offered such a drastic solution. The only upside is that if we pay up, he won't be able to indefinitely blackmail us. In a few days, I'll have the Quadrator's answer, and my father's death will be officially announced. His words won't have any value from there on out. It's one of the positives, indeed. Even if I'm wary of everything he could demand in a few days. People tend to be excessively greedy. Couldn't we just lock him up until things go back to normal? It's an option, but he tried to rally all the guards and the other prisoners in the dungeon if we arrest him under false pretenses. And if we were to kidnap him when we release him, I doubt it'll be great optics for us. When he laid it out like that, in fairness, it was obviously a bad idea. Only my first two options remained, and none of them really appealed to me. Is he asking a lot? Like I said, he understood the worth of this secret, but fortunately for us, he's not used to the same order of magnitude we are. The sum he requests is still reasonable. But once again, I would advise you against it. Showing weakness at this stage could turn out to be fatal in the long run. Sighing, I took the time to think about my decision before sharing it. We gonna kill him. Where it at? Where it at? We gonna chop his head off. I tried being a pacifist, but since he wants to double-cross me, I don't have a choice. You're right, Alden. If I start letting people blackmail me, I'll never be respected. We're gonna do that. I just want to read the others. I hope I won't regret it, but I don't think stacking up bodies is a solution. Pay him what he asks for, but make sure he understands that if he tries to abuse our kindness, he'll be made to regret it. After due consideration, I think this poor man doesn't know what he's up against. Send in a few agents to remind him of his place. That should be enough to calm him down and make him forget his demands. We killing him. This isn't even just on me. Naima would also do it. So we go. We were nice. We tried to be kind. We gave you money and a vacation. You decided to blackmail us. I'm sorry. You chose not to live. That was your own decision. That's not even on me at this point. I tried to save your life. I truly did. I got an achievement called Murder Solves Everything. Alden approved, clearly glad I finally decided to use his methods. You're doing the right thing, Your Grace. I'll go inform the Master of Murmurs of your decision, and I'll make sure everything is done with the utmost discretion. I hope so. If it came to be known that I assassinate my subjects, that wouldn't be the best advertisement for my rule. Worry not. Consider this problem solved. I'm counting on you, Alden. In lieu of an answer, he bowed once more before exiting the room, his attitude as professional as ever, leaving me alone with my doubts. Okay, we in the nighttime. It was already late when the Master of Murmurs knocked on my door to inform me of the evolution of the situation. Despite the late hour, I hadn't managed to close my eyes at all, as I anxiously waited to hear about the assassination. I knew well that these methods were common in the murky waters in which I now swam, but it was my first time, and I couldn't shake off the feeling that there were so many variables that could turn against me. The Master of Murmurs took his time to start talking, and I lost my patience. So, how did it go? Well, we can say we've reached our goal. The blackmailer is dead. Unfortunately, he had the foresight to bring reinforcements, which jumped on our agents. Not we lost some influence, I hate y'all. We managed to overcome them and eliminated all witnesses, but we lost 2 worthy men in the fight. Relieved that the whole ordeal was over, I sympathized with the Master of Murmurs. Why did that guard have to be so greedy? Things would have been far easier if he hadn't tried to take advantage of the situation. I am truly sorry about your men. We'll throw a ceremony in their honor when this is all over. The Master of Murmurs shook his head with a melancholic smile. Don't worry, Your Majesty. They were the sort of men who live in the shadows. They'd have hated a public remembrance. On that note, if you allow me, I have many tasks left to accomplish. Yes, of course. He bowed. I remained alone with myself, and I couldn't stop wondering at the victory, and how bitter it sometimes tasted. Okay, we're 2 days later now. And then I think in a few I will take a little break. Your Grace, this is a little premature, but should you become Empress, you will need to manage the kingdom's policies. I'd like to make sure that you're ready for such a task. I am. One can always learn more. I'll do that. Oh, yes. Then I'm very happy I'm going to click this because I want to see the tutorial. As you already know, the kingdom's policies influence how your subjects, noble or otherwise, view you, but also what resources will be available to us. You can set tax rates for the people and the nobility. As you may have guessed, the higher they are, the less happy the people will be, but the faster the coffers will fill up. But there are many other things, much more subtle. For example, you can decide how open to trade our borders should be, or which sectors of the economy you'd like to focus on. We must also consider how to protect ourselves from our neighbors, especially bearing in mind Vargas's warlike inclinations, but maintaining an army is very, very expensive. As such, investing in diplomacy may offer better results in the long run. And finally, we have to manage the cardinals. Their influence of the people is immense, and they have infrastructures all over the nation. Offerings made to them are never wasted. We've set up regular periods of time during which we collect earnings, but there will be a short delay before the consequences of any changes you make can be seen. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. We don't even get to see the effects right away. The story alternates with phases of gameplay, which are triggered between 2 scenes. During these phases, you will be able, among other things, to modify your kingdom's general policies. Gains will be distributed at the end of the gameplay phase. Okay. Is that clearer now? Okay, that's interesting. Yes, even if it's all very theoretical. That's true. But the best way to approach the subject in a more concrete manner is to look into it yourself. Even if I'll only be doing this work after my coordination, may I try my hand at it now? I'm sure there are things that I'd like to change in my father's policies. That sounds most excellent to me. Okay, let's check these things out. So right now we've got -5 people. We have nobility is regular. We have plus money. We have +2 faith. We have plus army. Okay, so this is what we have at the moment. Taxes. The people will understand and you'll receive a moderate amount of money. Okay. So everything right now is in the middle. Offerings. You will help finance a good part of the temples and academias across the realm. Okay. Small taxes are levied on products traded between countries. And what is restricted to? Heavy taxes are levied on products traded between countries. And then foreign traders can freely come to sell and buy in Chaldea. And what does this do? -2 to resources, gives me more money, gives me +5 nobility. Controlled, gives me no nobility. Okay. And then restricted, -1. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so taxes, this gives me +2. Oh, but this makes the people very happy. And then high makes the people very mad, but it gives me more money. You will help finance a good part of the temples and academias across the realm. You will only give the cardinals a meager financial contribution, makes the people less happy. Okay. Gives me less money, but it also makes me more faithful and makes the people happy. I almost feel like this would be like what she would do, but we're gonna keep looking at the rest of them too, because I'm trying to see all of the options. Okay, we've already looked at the trade economy. Resources. Your economy will be focused on the exploitation of raw resources. This makes the people unhappy, but it makes me a little money and it makes me more resources. You will focus on craftsmanship, especially luxury items. It makes the nobility happy, gives me a little more money, but doesn't give me much resources. And then economy, your economy will be focused on agriculture and food production, which makes the people happy and gives me lots of resources. Huh. I almost want to do the crafts. Army. Maintain. You will properly maintain your current army. -1 money. +1 to army. Dismantles it. Your armed forces will be reduced, but they will be cheaper to maintain. Then expand. You will recruit new soldiers to expand your army. It also gives me less money. Diplomacy. You will send at least 1 ambassador to each neighboring country. Ordinal. You will only send ambassadors and diplomats when necessary. For active, you will send a full delegation to all neighboring countries. I actually like that one. But I also will have no money at the moment. And then free gives me more money, but then I get not that many resources. Oh, this is interesting. I like that the bottom updates while you look through everything, so you don't have to calculate the changes yourself. I do as well. I really like that also, so that I can gauge what I have, because I don't want anything negative, but I also kind of would like for things to have some money. Like, I would like to at least have like a +1 for money and +1 for resources. Like, I like that I have the nobility happy and I have the people happy. So maybe since I have the people happy there, like, because I have high offerings. maybe I'll do, but then I don't have enough money. Okay, because then that gives me more money. This is so cool though, like so cool to see. Okay, so we have that at moderate because we need something. If people understand, we get that. And then this, maybe we'll keep the offerings at moderate for now. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep the offerings at moderate for now. Trade is gonna still be controlled because yeah, we're gonna still keep trade at controlled, and army at maintain. We're not gonna expand. We're gonna have an active diplomacy. We're gonna send our delegation to the different places, which also helps our influence. And I guess my thing is figuring out if I wanted to do crafts or farming. But because it's like the farming gives me some resources though. But I kind of want to do craftsmanship. I kind of want craftsmanship. So I think we're going to do that. Nothing has a -1. We have, the only thing we do have is we have 0 for the people. Right now, nobody's like necessarily jumping for joy. The people aren't necessarily the happiest about me, like, you know, if that makes sense. But like, if I do farming, I don't make any money. They just produce the food, you know. And then resources make people not like me. So I think we're gonna go with craftsmanship. I think that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so we're gonna go with the because what are they called? Yeah, we're gonna go with the people are at 0, unfortunately. Nobility is at 10. We have money at +1. We have faith at +2. We have the army at 1. We have resources at the moment at 0. Wait, why is resources? Oh, is it because I have this? Because it's at controlled. Yeah. So resources at 0, and then influence is at 3. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah, I'll do this. So I at least have 1 for money, because I feel like we're gonna need it. And maybe the next time we do it, we can upgrade it. Because I actually would like to make the offerings high, but we don't have money. Alright. And I think here is where we will pause real quick. We're gonna pause here real quick. And I'm gonna go use the bathroom. We're gonna take a quick little break, probably just a short one for this time, you know, because it's been about 2 hours that we've been going, and I like to take our little break after a while. So we're gonna take a little break. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, maybe refill my water, all that good stuff. And then we will be back. So yeah, be back in a little bit. Alrighty. I am back. I got myself some water. Also trying to figure out what I'm gonna eat after stream. Because I had leftover fajitas for lunch, but like I kind of don't want to have another fajita tonight. Because we technically had fajitas like a couple days ago and we still had leftovers. I kind of don't want it tonight. I kind of also don't feel like ordering anything. Which is always the hardest part, is when like you don't want to order anything, but you still need food. That's always the hard part, is that. But that is where I am. Alright, well, let's get back. I'm also catching my breath because I gotta start working out, because every time I run up the steps, I always like am kind of out of breath. Almost every single time that it happens, this is how it goes. All right. Your Highness. Dawn had barely risen when I heard a kerfuffle at the door, and I immediately recognized Robert's voice. I got up with a groan and quickly slipped on a dress, trying to make myself presentable before opening the door. Pizza? See, I honestly don't want pizza today. I had pizza not too long ago, that's what it is. And like, unless I could go to like a nicer place, because we don't really have many like good pizza places near us. I kind of don't want Papa John's. I would like a good slice of pizza. You know, and like our Papa John's near us is good, but I kind of, you know, like you want certain types of slices sometimes. That's kind of, so that's why I'm like, I don't know if I want pizza. You're eating spaghetti right now? Nice. I mean, we have the box of like the fettuccine like instant stuff that I could make. I could put in a pot and make some like fettuccine, which always tastes good. But I might do that after I finish tonight. High Priest, what's going on? I tried to remain as neutral as possible, but I was burning up with a mix of anxiety and excitement, because I had a solid guess as to what this was about. The Quadrator, he answered, Your Majesty. Nervous, he handed me 2 letters bearing the recognizable seal of His Holiness. Your name is written on them. I didn't dare open them, Your Highness. Exhilarated, I looked at the 2 pieces of paper that were about to seal my future. One seemed official, while the other was explicitly for my eyes only. I would have liked to be alone when reading them both, but clearly it had taken Robert all he had not to break the wax seal on the official letter, and he now stared at me impatiently. My throat was dry as I grabbed a paper cutter to open the correspondence, and my heart was beating so fast I had the impression everyone in the room could hear it. I'm actually nervous too. I'm kind of scared of what's gonna happen, because like I don't know if our choices have actually been good or not. Okay. Lady Naima of Terranville, daughter of Magnus the 10th of Terranville the Fierce, Emperor of Chaldea. The 4 have spoken and have recognized you as the legitimate heir of the crown of Chaldea by virtue of your blood and despite your gender. By this decree, I convey the word of the gods. May your governance be respected by all the just and the pious. May your rule prosper and never stray from the 4's faith. Vermeer Quadrator by the grace of the 4. Hey! I was shaking so hard I felt my legs give in, and I had to sit on my bed so I didn't fall over. I had done everything in my power to make this moment happen, but now that it was upon me, I was engulfed by all the emotions I had accumulated in the past week. Robert seemed to understand me, and he bowed to leave me a few long seconds so I could take in the Quadrator's words. Finally, he spoke up. That's marvelous, Your Majesty. I knew the Four would acknowledge your legitimacy. Almost timidly, I nodded and tried to recover my usual composure. With the Quadrator's support, my coronation was sure to happen, but that didn't mean I was rid of enemies or other contenders. I couldn't let my guard down yet. Yes, the time has come for everyone to know the truth. Gather the nobles in the castle at dawn, and prepare the pigeons. He nodded, a grave expression on his face. Yes, we can't wait any longer. The secret of your father's death couldn't have been kept indefinitely, in any case. It was true that his absence had been going on for a while, and a possible illness worried people just as much as a possible death. It was unfortunate that these letters hadn't taken too long to arrive. It was fortunate. I think I said unfortunate. It was fortunate that these letters hadn't taken too long to arrive. I'll be there. I need to finish getting ready. Of course, Your Majesty. I'll have the bells rung, but at such an early time, I don't suppose we can gather everyone in less than an hour. I approved with a polite nod, and soon I watched him leave and close the door. Finally on my own, I collapsed on the bed and let myself gloat. I whooped in pure childish joy as I read the Quadrator's letter over and over again. I knew that I had plenty of challenges ahead of me, but this was my first victory against traditions, and I'd intended to savor it for as long as I could. Only after a few long minutes had passed did I decide to open the second letter, which was addressed to me personally. Yeah, that's what I was waiting on. Lady Naima, your message came to me as a surprise. Even if I'm always weary of gossip, I've still requested that inquisitors investigate the people you've mentioned. To my astonishment, your allegations were found to be correct, and the impostors have been stripped of their titles of scholars as well as of their riches. It warms my heart to know that the throne of Chaldea is in the hands of a pious and clairvoyant empress. I am personally praying for your rule's prosperity. Vermeer Quadrator by the grace of the Four. Hey, okay, perfect. Happy with my decision, I sighed and carefully put the letter away into my desk. Pretty promises were easy to forget. I could perhaps use the parchment to remind him of his support one day, or to show to some reluctant noble just how popular I was with one of the most powerful men on the continent. In any case, I believe that my actions had managed to sway him, and I was quite proud of that. Now it was the court I had to sway, and I knew this wasn't going to be an easy task. Alright, we're in the afternoon. Oh, is this the, I wonder if this will be the lady that we've been talking to. Why am I forgetting the name? Make sure not to overexert yourself, Naima. You're spending your days locked up in this office. You should get out a bit to clear your head. Come take a walk with this old lady. I had left the door open, and although I hadn't heard Marjorie, that was her name, I hadn't heard Marjorie come over to me, I wasn't surprised, since her perfume, which she applied too liberally, had filled the room. I almost felt nostalgic for a moment. Even if it made me happy to see her, my presence in my office wasn't guided by fun. I was overwhelmed with invitations, requests, promises. I had spent the past 3 days flattering the Chaldeian nobility to ensure that nothing would jeopardize my coronation in 3 weeks' time, and I still had a lot left to do. Oh, perhaps you can fool everyone else, but I know you're far from being an old lady, Marjorie. My reply made her laugh, a hoarse and joyous sound that belied what I had just said. Oh, I still have the same quick wit I had when I was 20, but I'm afraid my whining bones disagree with you, sweetheart. Come on, don't be cruel. You already broke my poor heart when you didn't let me in on the secret. I put my quill down with a sigh and closed the inkwell, hoping its content would not dry out. She had taught me many things, and even if I had grown stronger than her in a few areas, it was obvious that she still used guilt like no one else. She almost made me feel bad for hiding my father's death from her. You know full well I didn't have a choice. The information had to be disclosed to as few people as possible. I know, sweetheart, but I would have liked to be there for you. These past few days mustn't have been easy. No, they weren't indeed. As promised, I quietly walked by Marjorie's side through the garden, but we couldn't take one step before some servant or noble offered me their condolences. I'm so tired of pretending to be sad. I know your father was a man of many flaws, but he was your family, your blood. You shouldn't hate him this vividly. It's not healthy, especially now that he's dead. No, that's too easy. You can't just die and expect that all your mistakes will be forgiven. I mean, you got a point. She got a point. She sighed, and I decided to change the subject before I had to listen to another lecture on the importance of family bonds. But since we're speaking of forgiveness, I need your help. Suspicious, she frowned, although she kept walking calmly between the flower beds. I would like it if you gave me Fircastel. That old dilapidated fortress? What for? Pretending to admire some insects that were flying around the planters, I hesitated for a second. I needed the fortress to buy the Faram's loyalty, but Marjorie held a deep hatred for them. Oh, I didn't like lying to her, but I couldn't run the risk that she'd refuse my request. Tell her the truth even if she won't like it. Keep things vague. It's like... She's gonna tell her the truth. I feel like keeping things vague isn't. Because then all that's gonna happen is she's gonna find out eventually, and she's just gonna be even more pissed. She's just gonna be even more mad. Yeah. I need it, because I'm going to give it back to the Faram. Upon hearing my words, Marjorie froze, trembling with anger. You want to give it back to those vile traitors? Do you know how many men died storming it? Do you know what this fortress cost me? I knew she would react that way. Even though the war had ended about 20 years ago, she still bore painful memories of it. Yes, I know all of that, but it all took place before my birth. It's time we move... Okay, so she's like maybe 18 then. Because did they say it happened 20 years ago or more than 20 years ago? I forget. But if it was 20 years ago, then she's only like 19. Yes, I know all that. But it all took place before my birth. It's time we move forward and reconcile with the Faram. Least we repeat the mistakes of the past. I don't want another Faram revolt under my rule. I need their support for my coronation, and to obtain that support, I need Fircastel. You know just as well as I do that it's only a ruin now, an old pile of rubble left on steep and barren land. It's nothing more than a symbol. My old aunt grumbled for a few long minutes, but she was forced to concede my point, even if it cost her. Do what you want, but believe me, once you become Empress, I'll call in the favor. Thank you, Marjorie. I knew I could count on you. Relieved, I finally let out the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Knowing the affection Marjorie held for me, I knew that I'd end up convincing her, but as I had a meeting with the Faram heir in 4 days, I didn't have a lot of room for errors. With one less issue weighing on my heart, I continued my walk with a bounce in my step, forgetting for a few minutes the court's problems and plots. Okay, we've skipped a few days now. It's day 22. So we skipped to the meeting with the heir. This was my first time ever meeting Theodore of Faram. I had heard him described as a cold and distant man, but I still didn't expect him to be so glacial. Okay, let's see what attractive man we're gonna have a picture for this time. because everybody in this game is attractive. So let's see what they look like. There we go. I waited for him to dine? Dine replied to my... What does that mean? I've never seen that. I'm gonna look up these words this time so I can actually... Deign. Okay. Do something that one considers to be beneath one's dignity. Okay, that's what it is. I waited for him to deign reply to my greeting, as courtesy demanded, but the silence between us was deafening. He only stood there, staring at me, impassive, without even so much as a good morning or a nice to meet you, while I had to keep smiling not to lose face. Sorry, I got a text also. About food. I had better things to do than engage in a staring contest. Consequently, I swallowed my pride and gestured to one of the chairs around the staff table, where a large map of Chaldea had been laid out. I imagine you must be tired after such a long trip. Please, sit down. I thought he was going to stay standing there, but he did finally sit down without another word, while I took a seat not too far from him. Like I said in my letter, I'd like for the Terran Vel and the Faram to reconcile. The tensions between our two families have lasted long enough, and I imagine your sudden desire to make peace has nothing to do with your upcoming coronation. The Montaliet are eating out of your hand, but the Volder would never support a woman, which means you very much need us. Coming as he was from a lineage with a somewhat barbaric reputation, he had done a fairly clever analysis of the situation, but I didn't let that stop me. Very much need is a bit strong. Should I remind you that I have the support of the Cardinals? The people will follow me. That said, I do wish for my coronation to go as smoothly as possible, and the rest of my rule as well. I'd like to avoid bloodshed if at all possible, and I fear that the essential enmity between our two families might lead us to just that. Neither you nor I were born when the Faram revolt took place. It's up to us to decide if we want to perpetrate this cycle of conflict or if we want to build something new. He took on a thoughtful expression and observed me with renewed interest. It's easy for you to forget. You're on the side of the victors. You haven't been rehashing your resentment for 20 years. Okay, so they're both like 19, 18. I could deal with that. Yeah, 19-year-olds got full beards, but he got a real full beard for a 19-year-old, but we gonna roll with it. I feel like I remember being 18 and like almost every 18-year-old, their beards barely connected. They were all struggling. Precisely. Wouldn't it be easier for you to forget as well? Especially if it's been haunting you for that long. Even if we were inclined to consider your offer of a reconciliation, how could we trust you? I won't give you a history lesson, but that revolt didn't happen for nothing. He was following me exactly where I was leading, and it took me some effort to repress a smile and keep a business-like countenance. Firstly, I'm not the same person as my father or my grandfather. It's unfair to distrust me as a result of their actions. And secondly, I'm ready to make a gesture of goodwill, if the Faram are ready to make one as well. I'm listening. If you openly support my ascent to the throne, I'm ready to return to your family the Faircastle Citadel and the lands that go with it. Hi, baby. Come, girl. Come, girl. Here we go. My cat has joined us. How are you doing? You missed me? Got tired of being with your grandmommy? She won't let you get on the bed or something? Okay. This time, I savored the true surprise in his eyes when I handed him the deed I had taken the time to prepare. As you know, it was confiscated after the revolt, since it's located at a strategic crossroads between Taranfell and Montaliet. I thought it would be a strong gesture to return it to you, but also quite a symbol of trust. After glancing over the signed pledge, Theodore looked at me once more, with defiance this time. There's no doubt that my family will appreciate the gesture. I was already basking in my victory when he continued, his voice cold. But as for me, it only makes me see that you're one of those politicians ready to use every dirty trick in the book if it will give you what you want. I had been warned that you're the rightful heir of that snake who used to lead the Montaliet, but now I'm seeing it with my own eyes. So yes, indeed, we will accept your offer and support your coronation, because unlike you, we stick to our word, but you should know you're not fooling me. I'll remain at the palace to make sure you don't stab us in the back as soon as you've achieved your goals. In the end, his analysis of the situation, or indeed of my character, wasn't as clever as I had thought. I was ambitious. There was no denying that. I wasn't shy about it either. But my desire to make peace was just as sincere. Stay at the castle if you wish. Dukes are welcome here at any time. But you'll get eaten alive by the court if you always speak your mind so plainly, my lord. He shrugged condescendingly before getting up. Oh, I'm very capable of defending myself, Majesty. I just choose not to use the same venom as you do. That doesn't mean I don't know how to protect myself from its sting. No one liked being called a snake, but even if it was unpleasant to be treated with such hostility by someone to whom I had never done anything, I had gotten what I wanted. I didn't wish to risk making him change his mind by starting an argument. Time will tell. I do hope you'll change your mind about me, but as long as the Faram uphold their end of the bargain, you're free. No stepping on the. No, get off the laptop. No laptop. Rogue, I can't see my monitor. What are you gonna do now? What's the plan? You just stopping? You just stopping? Nope. Come on. Ups a daisy. Now you gotta show your face because you over here being a menace. Everybody, here's the menace of the day. Hello, girly. Hi, baby cakes. What's up? Huh? What's your problem? What's the problem? Okay. You just wanted some cuddles. You just wanted some scratches. Some scritchy scratches. Is that what it is? You want some scritchy scratches. You wanted to step all on my laptop and then sit on my desk. And you can't do that. You can't do that, okay? I'm gonna put you down. Stay there. Anyways. Here we go. Time will tell. I do hope you'll change your mind about me. But as long as the Faram uphold their end of the bargain, you're free to think whatever you like. Don't say that as if you were doing me a favor, Your Grace. Even empresses don't have dominion over people's thoughts. And in order to keep me from having the last word of our pointless sparring, he immediately turned on his heel and slammed the door. Furious, I was engaged in deep breathing exercises when Alden walked in. How did things go with Theodore of Faram? I shrugged with a sigh. I suppose it was all right. At least, the The Faram should support my coronation. That's all that matters. How about you? Did you manage to convince Leon? Like you said, he won't support you. He thinks, and I quote, "It's a load of nonsense. If we let this happen, next thing we know, all the little ladies in Valdor will be getting ideas. My brother will agree with me on this." I was already quite upset, and I very much wanted to hit something, but instead, I settled for fiercely crumbling up an old draft that was lying about. Knowing the man, I guess this would be coming. Have you at least convinced him not to openly oppose the coronation? Yes. As you suggested, I implied that a civil war wouldn't be good for business, and that you were easy to manipulate. Was that enough? Yes and no. The man's smarter than I thought. He took this as an opportunity to claim the position of treasurer. Treasurer? Look at him go. Since he believes you're incompetent, he thinks that's the only way for him to ensure that the country stays on the right track, and that the Valdor's economical interests are preserved. Upset, I bit my lips while I pondered the implications of such a nomination. I'm gonna save real quick, because I'm a little nervous. You know. I don't know why I'm doing them in different spots, but I'm doing them in different spots for now. I didn't want him to stand in my way at every council meeting. There was no valid reason for me to refuse him this privilege either. I imagine before asking for that position, he encouraged the current treasurer to retire. That's correct. A pretty house by the seaside is waiting for him, and now he can't wait to be gone. I imagine we don't have a choice then. I'll summon Leon tomorrow and pretend to be a naive Injuan who's happy to let him take on big responsibilities. I sighed heavily, and Alden took a step towards me, his expression worried. Are you sure you'll manage? Manage? No offense meant, Your Grace, but I know you. I fear it will be quite hard for you to play the role of a naive and fragile lady in front of him, especially in light of the obvious contempt he's always directing at women. Clearly, this won't be a barrel of fun, but I've spent my entire life pretending to be less dangerous than I am. I should be able to tolerate it just this once. He might have some nasty surprises down the line, however. I trust you then. Okay, so like 3 days later. Your Grace, news of your nomination to the throne has spread quickly. We've received a letter addressed to you from the Queen Mavia of Issaria. I wonder if the demo's gonna end at the coronation. Like, I wonder if right after we're coronated, like, the demo's gonna end. I mean, technically, from how it seems, that would be a pretty good ending spot. My respects, Empress of Chaldea. I wish to write to you so I could congratulate you on your recent nomination to the throne, as well as offer my condolences to your father's death. Assuming power is a heavy responsibility, but I have been told that you are very capable, and I know that Chaldea is in good hands. Chaldea and Issaria have always maintained solid diplomatic relations. I hope that they will continue, nay, prosper under your rule. Up until now, the monarchs have always been opposed to non-commercial renegotiations, but your nomination has made them curious. We dare to believe that in your presence, my emissaries and myself will cease to be subjected to the patronizing condescension that your predecessors invariably displayed, and that made my country's past rulers so weary of future interactions. The gods whisper to me that your ascension to the throne signals the dawn of a new era for the continent. Therefore, I wish to support you as much as I can. With the monarch's assent, I have decided to mandate an emissary, whose role it will be to liaise between our two nations. Her name is Aisha Isabis. She is an exceptional woman who, I hope, will be welcomed into your palace as she deserves. With all my sympathy, Maeva, Queen of Assyria. Now, if I am correct, because I have been on their Twitter and I've looked at their Kickstarter, I think this might be the Black Lady NPC of the group. I believe. We will see. I might be wrong. That's wonderful news. I'll need as many allies as possible during my rule. Indeed, diplomacy is a delicate art, but it's fundamental for Chaldea's prosperity. You'll need to woo the neighboring countries and ensure their goodwill towards us. Oh yeah, they did say diplomacy is not yet implemented in the demo, but we'll talk about that later. For now, we have a coronation to organize. Day 36. These days is flying by. The big day had finally come. Impatient and nervous, I paced my bedroom while checking my hair and my outfit for the umpteenth time. Nothing was easy, as per usual. I was supposed to display poise, elegance, and grandeur, all while remaining humble. All right then. Despite all that, I felt ready and dignified, and I only waited to hear from Alexander, who would escort me, since my father wasn't in a state to do so. Time was passing by at an infuriatingly slow pace when finally he knocked and walked into the room. Clad in his ceremonial attire, that armor and the pompous cape that went with it didn't suit him, and I suppressed a smile when I saw him squeezed into it. Ready, Your Grace? Almost timidly, I nodded while he politely bowed to let me pass in front of him. Then he followed suit, respectfully walking one step behind. Her Grace, Naima of Terranfell, Princess of Chaldea, blessed by Amatera. I closed my eyes and savored this title that I was hearing for the last time. When the herald would announce me next, I would be Empress of Chaldea. I didn't remember having ever seen the throne room this packed. Clearly, when I had been told that the entire castle had gathered here, it hadn't been an exaggeration. To try and hide my nervousness, I walked at a slow pace, my head held high, my eyes leveled at the throne. But my curiosity slowly got the better of me, and while I tried to remain as dignified as I could, I let my gaze wander discreetly in search of familiar faces. Aiden, of course, stood right next to my throne, his face impassive, but his eyes bright enough that I could see the pride reflected in them. Robert was there too, my future crown already held in his hands. He did his best to appear as imposing as his function required him to be. In the nobles, hey, we got another black guy! In the nobles section, I recognized Leon of, oh, he's the jerk! Never mind. Ew. I recognized Leon of Valdor, surrounded by his family, conversing with other nobles who were vaguely familiar to me. You suck. You're the misogynist. You're the sexist guy. I'm not happy to see him anymore. I don't even care if he looks nice. Boo him. To my surprise, I also spotted Theodore, leaning against a pillar, his gloomy aura seeming to hold people at bay, so that he wasn't drowning in unknown faces. As I passed by her, Marjorie gave me a smile, and I felt her perfume reach me, calming me despite its loud scent. Finally, the last steps stretched before me, and I suddenly realized that I couldn't hear the crowd's hubbub anymore. The only sound was my heart beating in my temples. No laptop. Ceremoniously, I knelt in front of this throne that was still forbidden to me. Soon, I had cause to praise whomever had the brilliant idea to place a small cushion under my knees. The blessings were proceeding at an infuriatingly slow pace. I listened to them with only half an ear, but I still displayed my most serious and focused face to honor the solemnity of the ceremony. The day before, Robert had asked me if I wanted to celebrate tradition by taking the name of one of my predecessors, or if I'd rather start my own dynasty. Huh? Your reign name will be Melisandre? I'm gonna keep my name. I understood the importance of traditions, but I was much too proud of who I was to give up my name, my identity. I wanted to carry it with pride for as long as I would rule. I didn't know the sermon by heart, but I knew it would soon be ending, since the whole place seemed to grow livelier. With each passing second, both the crowd and Robert's voice vibrated with renewed excitement, until the key moment came. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the weight of the surprisingly light crown that he delicately placed upon my head. Rise up, Naima of Taranfell, Empress of Chaldea, first of her name, Duchess of Taranfell, chosen by the Four and blessed by Amatera. You shall bow no longer, since from this day and until your death, in the name of the gods, I entrust you with the charge of guiding your subjects and making Chaldea shine bright for decades to come. Slowly, I rose and turned around to sit on that throne that had been meant for me. Then I opened my eyes to look at the crowd. It suddenly went quiet, and an almost religious silence settled in for a few seconds. Long live Empress Naima! Alexandra's voice resounded next to me, oddly loud, and as it shattered this almost dreamlike moment, cheers arose from all sides in a spectacular chaos. The general enthusiasm was contagious, and I caught myself smiling and waving at the crowd with a bit too much vigor. We are now Empress. The party was in full swing, and if I was still beaming, my head was starting to hurt with the incessant I've been saying a lot of big words, don't mind me. Solicitations, there we go. I'm saying a lot of big words today. Like, please forgive me, y'all. Solicitations of people come to pay their respects. You should empty this glass into a flower pot and ask one of the servants to pour you grape juice instead. Or maybe I had too much wine. If I was being honest, I couldn't remember how many times my glass had been refilled, but one thing I knew, it had never stayed empty. Even if Marjorie was probably right, I pouted, 'cause you're drunk. Come on, Marjorie, am I not allowed to have a bit of fun? It is my coronation day, after all. She shook her head with a tender smile. What, you trying to play too? Y'all can't see her. She was laying right in front of my desk, but in front of my monitor. But now she's decided to stand. Girlie, I can't read. I need you to lay down or move. You can't stand there. You can't stand there. I also need you not to fight me if I try to pick you up. Because she tried to fight me yesterday when I tried to pick her up. Off the desk. So what's it gonna be? What you gonna do? Alright, I'm moving the mouse and she's like staring at the monitor. Rogue, I need you to move. I can't read. I can't see. So unfortunately, I gotta pick you up. And I know it's about to be a fight. She's about to get mad at me. Come on, girlie. Come on. Hey, baby. Hi, baby. Alright. I'm gonna grab you. I need you to just move. Oh, yeah. If you want to sit, that's fine, too. You can sit, too. I can read still with you sat like this. I just need you to go down a little further. Just lay down just a little bit more. Okay. She shook her head with a tender smile. You can't do this precisely because it's your coronation day, sweetheart. Some people might be subtler about it than others, but everyone is watching you and judging you. She was right, and I knew it. I had let myself relax perhaps a bit too much, carried away by my enthusiasm. That acknowledgement didn't stop me from heaving a deep sigh of despair. Okay, yeah, I gotta pick you up, because you keep standing. Okay, girlie, come on. I love you too. I love you too, but you can't stand there. You can't stand there. I'm sorry. I can't read. Well, I didn't come here to coddle you. I know you're perfectly capable of managing the situation. I just wanted to officially congratulate you. No one deserves this title more than you, and you'll make an incredible empress. Her face sparkled with pride and affection, and I felt my heart melt under her praise. Her opinion had always mattered a lot to me. I felt myself go back to the little girl I once was, who always sought her approval. I hesitated for an instant, but finally, I let myself gently hug her, making sure not to spill my glass on her in the process. Thank you, Marjorie. Thank you for everything. She kindly stroked my hair, and I stayed in her embrace for a few moments, just long enough to regain control of my emotions, which were threatening to make me cry. She gently patted my back to remind me of my duties, and I finally let go of her, my face now wearing a more neutral expression. Go on, sweetheart. I won't keep you any longer. People are queuing to talk to you. She was right. As much as they tried to hide it, many people stood nearby, waiting for an opportunity to pounce on me as soon as I'd be free. But there she goes. The quickest to the mark was a young woman I had never seen before. One look at the pretty dreadlocks she sported, decorated with small golden jewels, told me her background. Magnificent coronation, Your Grace. Her melodious, I can't talk anymore, I'm sorry. Melodious accent convinced me I was right, and I flashed her a courteous smile. It's embarrassing when I get to like almost 3 hours and I can no longer say words. Thank you, Lady Asha. Are you not? She seemed surprised for a second, then her face lit up. Well, I'm flattered you recognized me before I could even introduce myself. I don't know who spoke of me to you, but I do hope they said good things. She gave a small laugh, as if to brush off this pleasantry, which I knew had a much deeper meaning. After all, I had indeed heard a lot about her, both from Queen Maeva, who had warmly recommended her to me, and from Robert, who had tried to paint her as an ungodly heathen and temptress the moment she had stepped foot in the capital. Of course. No. Of course. Your queen keeps showering you with praise. Then allow me to return her kindness, and to tell you how fantastic Maeva is. She'll make a formidable ally. Her familiar way of talking about her ruler made me quirk an eyebrow, but I didn't mention it. After all, Assyrian customs were much different from ours, and her relationship with her queen was none of my concern. As long as she didn't use the same casual tone while talking about Chaldean nobility, there would be no issue. In any case, I do hope Chaldea is to your liking, Lady Asha. Unfortunately, I still haven't had the time to visit your beautiful lands and to taste your many specialties. Therefore, the question may be a bit premature. She gave me a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes, which made me see that her answer was an elegant way to not speak ill of the place without lying. Now that it was my castle and my nation, it did upset me a little, but I couldn't be mad at her for finding the place a bit drab. My father had never had a keen eye for interior design. I was about to ask her more futile questions when Robert stepped into the space between us. The gesture wasn't overtly rude, but his position allowed him to act in that manner, and I turned away from Aisha to listen to what he had to say. Your Majesty, please forgive me for interrupting, but I must speak with you on a topic of the utmost importance. He barely hid the dirty look he gave Aisha. She understood the message and gracefully curtsied. I'll go breathe some fresh air in the gardens, if you'll excuse me, Your Majesty. I mentally took note of where to find her if I wanted to continue the conversation, and bowed to her in lieu of goodbye. Then I focused my attention on Robert, wondering with some trepidation if something bad had happened. Wait, what's Aisha to her? So I think Aisha right now is kind of like a diplomat that the land of Assyria, I think? Assyria has sent from Queen Maeva. So I believe they sent her as a diplomat to like show that they support the coronation. But as far as I know, she is a romanceable NPC. So I feel, because of what our girl said, I'm assuming that Aisha might have had a little thing with Queen Maeva, you know, because maybe she gets around a little bit, I don't know, but that's what it seems like, and that's why I think Robert does not like her, because he called her a heathen. But she is actually a romanceable NPC, because I remember seeing her face as one of the options, like when I was seeing about this game. So yeah. What's going on? Don't worry, Your Majesty. Nothing that will spoil your night. I just wanted to make sure that you were taking my warnings about the Assyrian diplomat seriously. Yeah, that's it. Not a yep. Yeah, so she's an Assyrian diplomat. I don't find her trustworthy at all. I had to hold back a sigh. It was quite distressing to see him go to such trouble, only to interrupt my conversation with a foreign dignitary. Please be comforted. She wasn't inviting me to dance naked in the sea in honor of the snake goddess Sif. I had said that in a playful tone, hoping to lighten the mood, but he looked even more upset. You should take this issue at heart. These people are insidious. They seem nice. You let your guard down, and by the time you realize you've fallen into the trap of a witch, it's much too late. I didn't have the patience to hear more of this, and I took an offended expression. Do you believe my faith could be easily shaken, High Priest? Taken aback, he immediately softened and apologized profusely. I relaxed in turn. I'm taking note of your worries, and I promise I'll be careful, but you must also understand that you simply cannot say such things about a foreign guest, especially not in public. This could have serious diplomatic consequences. He scowled once more, but didn't say a word, politely bowing instead. I understand, Your Grace. A short silence passed between us before he turned away, mumbling something about prayers he had to make. For the first time of the night, I found myself alone, and no one came to talk to me, perhaps for fear of getting caught in the fallout from this tense conversation. I enjoyed that respite and decided to go talk to, okay, I get to choose. Do you want to spend time with the proud Duke, the bubbly ambassador Aisha, or the devoted General Alexander? I mean, we talked to Aisha already. I don't know how old you are, Alexander, so like, you have a hit against you already. We're gonna go talk to Theodore. Let's go see what Grumpy Pants wants to say. I love how I called him Grumpy Pants and then they said Mr. Grumpy. He wasn't hard to spot, since he was nonchalantly leaning against a wall in the most deserted corner of the throne room, snubbing the drinks as well as the buffet. A few ladies were oogling him, but they didn't dare come close, and I could understand them. Everyone's hot, right? Everybody is. His gloomy face wasn't inviting me to chat with him either, but as Marjorie had reminded me, these kinds of parties weren't meant for my own enjoyment. They too were tools of the political game. It mattered to strengthen my bonds with the Faram, and even more, to show the court that our enmity was now in the past. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't seem to see me until I leaned back on the cool marble wall right next to him. The party isn't to your liking, my lord of Faram? If he was surprised, he didn't show it, and he raised his eyes to meet mine, before scanning me from head to toe. I'm not particularly fond of these displays of vanity, no. That was certainly a take on things, but it didn't give me much room to react. I grew thoughtful as I considered what I should say, unsure how to communicate with someone this closed off. The idea struck me when I heard the tune of a waltz floating through the air. I immediately straightened up. You should invite me to dance. It was worth it, if only to see his stunned face. In fact, he seemed so shocked that his scowling gnome-like mask disappeared, making him look surprisingly fragile. I beg your pardon? You said it yourself. We're in the middle of a show, and appearances are everything. I can see that you're not willing to chit-chat, but people are watching us. Neither you nor I want the court to think that the crown and the Faram are still at odds. So shall we dance? That is, unless you don't know how to dance, of course. He hesitated, but my last comment seemed to tick him off, and he dryly dusted off his jacket. Of course I know how to dance. It's like, this lady thinks I can't dance. First she seizes our castle, takes our stuff, and she tries to give it back. Now she says I can't dance. Well then, prove it. This time, I didn't leave him a choice, and I curtsied as if I had just accepted his invitation. He looked at my hand with suspicion, as if simply touching it was going to burn him, but finally he took it and led me a bit further towards the center of the room, where other guests were already dancing. I was almost surprised to find his fingers pleasantly warm. His behavior was so cold that part of me expected his skin to be freezing, like that of a devilish creature. Out of curiosity, as much as out of deference, we were given much more room than necessary, and other couples stepped aside or completely left the floor to observe us. My talents as a dancer were all right, but they weren't extraordinary. I felt nervous despite myself as I tried to keep my head high and my back straight, as dignified as possible. You're suddenly very tense for someone who threw a tantrum to be invited to dance. Of course he had felt it, and his smile, sincere for once, showed that he had fun teasing me. That made me grumble. Just lead properly, will you? I heard a hint of a laugh while he waited for the right measure and slid into the dance, with surprising fluidity. Hey, we get an actual picture! He wasn't lying. He knew how to dance. Very well, even. Despite his badly positioned hand, a bit too high and not firmly enough to properly lead me, I could anticipate his movements with ease. He was a good guide, and his own gestures were precise and gracious. This is a really pretty picture, though. It was very nice. On the one hand, I was glad that everything was working out, but on the other, it bothered me a little to acknowledge his merits. The ooh! Compliment him, make him tighten his hold. I mean, I feel like both at this point gonna do the same. I'm gonna make him tighten his hold. Do that. Since he hadn't been shy about teasing me, he deserved to get a taste of his own medicine. Nonchalantly, I grabbed his arm to force him to correct his posture, making sure that his hand held my waist firmly, instead of barely grazing it like it had been so far. My gesture seemed to throw him off, and I felt him falter for a moment, threatening to make us lose the perfect rhythm that he had imposed. It gave me the perfect opportunity to strike, and I took revenge for his petty comments. You're not a bad dancer, but your steps could be neater, my dear. Besides, your hand is still too high up. He muttered a few incomprehensible words, amongst which I thought I heard diabolical, but I didn't respond. I was relishing his embarrassment enough to spare him further comments. Besides, it took all my focus not to let myself savor my triumph too openly. Neither of us opened our mouths until the last measure played, and we finally separated in an elegant curtsy under scattered applause. Well, I thank you for this moment, Theodore. I won't keep you busy any longer. I see you're having quite some success. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at the young ladies who had gotten closer and now waved their fans with ostensibly oogling the Lord of Faram. Perhaps they had more respect for etiquette than I did, since none of them dared to accost him and openly ask for a dance. Still, he sighed and glared at me, apparently holding me responsible for the sudden attention he was receiving. I ruthlessly abandoned him to his admirers, and was surprised to see him play the part of the courteous gentleman after all smiles and polite comments. Clearly, I was the only one for whom he refused to make such an effort. Because he don't like you. He don't like you, man. Alright, I think we will go... We'll try going one more day, I think. And then I think I may start to wrap it up. Because we've been going 3 hours already. Your Grace, are you sure, as you surely know, an essential task that comes with your role as a ruler is to listen to your subjects' petitions. Ooh! They've accumulated since your father's death, and even before. He was never very fond of that duty. Now that you've been crowned, you'll need to dedicate them a fair share of your time. It's especially important because the other advisors and myself have gotten used to lodging petitions on matters that require your attention, but do not fit into the council's agenda. Explain it to me. Play through the tutorial. All of this is very new to me. I won't say no to further explanations. Petitions are matters that require your informed judgment, whether they pertain to trials, grant requests, or other various issues. The other advisors and myself are usually tasked with submitting them, but we may also pass on requests coming directly from your subjects. I divide them into 2 stacks, urgent affairs and current affairs. Of course, urgent affairs must be attended as soon as possible. I've added an exclamation point to the stack for more clarity. As long as all urgent affairs haven't been dealt with, I won't give you any current affairs, so as not to distract you with futile matters. As with everything that requires your input, petitions may necessitate the mobilization of certain resources, but don't forget that they can also offer opportunities. Good decisions can turn out to be quite lucrative. Finally, you must keep in mind that improving the living conditions of your people will ensure their affection for you and, in the long run, will contribute to the realm's prosperity. Is that clear? Yes. Perfect. I suggest that you deal with one of mine first. It's an issue that has been on my mind for a while. He took a moment to rummage through the items on the table before handing me a sealed parchment roll. Here you go. Well then, I'll let you study that on your own and go about your business. Feel free to go through more of them, so you can grow familiar with the process. You'll be informed of their outcome in due time. Okie dokie. Even if the crown is yours, I'd be wary of your bastard brothers. For some, an illegitimate son is far better than a woman, and I wouldn't want the nobility to use this excuse so they can rid of you the first chance they get. I've tasked the Master of Murmurs with investigating them. At the moment, it seems that most of them live a modest life as craftsmen or servants, but the simplest minds can be the easiest to sway. especially since you haven't established any bond with them, which means that nothing will stop them from betraying you. I suggest dealing with this issue. You want me to kill all my half-brothers. Yeah, she had a whole bunch of half-brothers, apparently, in a permanent way. Alden always wants me to kill everybody. Like, he want me to kill every person that might possibly cause a problem. And it's like, I appreciate that you looking out for me, but like, bruh, you ain't gotta kill everybody. I know my glasses about to look weird, but like, my scarf plus my glasses plus this is making my glasses push into my head. Alright, you're right, it's best to not take any risks. Though I loathe these methods, I can't risk a civil war or a coup. I've given too much of myself to end up like that. Have them assassinated. He always want to assassinate everybody. As long as they haven't done anything to me, I refuse to let paranoia get the best of me and have them assassinated. However, I do recognize that my half-brothers are a threat, and I believe we should definitely keep an eye on them. Assign spies to each of them, and we'll decide how to react if they start plotting against me. I refuse to become a tyrant like my father, and to let paranoia trap me in a spiral of violence. So I'll take the opposite approach. I'll make them happy, which should ensure that they don't have any desire to take my title from me, or to cause me harm. Send someone to ask them what they want, and do your best to satisfy their wishes, but make sure they're aware of my role as their patron. Okay. So it's like, so this is my thing. It's like, on one hand, this was my initial thought before I even saw the options. But like, on one hand, I also like, I know that technically I guess it did still technically work. There was only one person that wanted to try to blackmail me. And then we just killed that one person, but the rest of them were able to keep their lives. But then it's like, so it's like, on one hand, I feel like, yeah, this might work because like it might make them happy. But then who's to say that once they realize that, oh snap, they really do know, like, who's to say they won't attempt to still go against me? But then at the same time, I feel like doing the spy version is almost in the same vein, because all that's going to happen is I'm just going to end up having to like kill them after they pose a threat, because the spies are just going to be watching them. They're not actually doing anything, you know? They're just kind of letting them live their life or whatever. I know I didn't kill them the first time, and I didn't assassinate people, and it didn't work out for me. But I'm gonna go with the money again. I'm gonna give them whatever their heart desires. They my brothers. I'm gonna treat them like they my brothers. Your half-brothers were pleasantly surprised by your offer. The twins only asked for a few more coins, and they praised your name. The other two had more specific requests. Aaron Villas asks for your permission to marry the daughter of a lord, Lilla de Lavallelle, whose father is opposed to the marriage. That was above my pay grade, so I've submitted another petition on that topic with an in-depth explanation. Okay. Yasin Lecadornier asked for your permission to come to the palace without mentioning what position he wanted to occupy. He'll look over the details with you once he's here. I figured one of them would want to come to the palace. Time will tell if your kindness is rewarded. Alden. Yes, let's look at more petitions. Your half-brother Aaron wishes to marry Lilla, the daughter of a lord. Her father vehemently opposes this marriage, and Aaron is asking for your help. Talon de Lavallelle, however you say that name, I'm very bad at these names. Main fear is that his daughter makes a Misalliance. Aaron Villas is a mere blacksmith without any personal fortune. Giving him land and a title would solve the problem, but the nobility would not happily welcome an uneducated bastard into their ranks. Alden. Can't I, let him get some schooling or something? Like, pay for his college? I don't know. My half-brother's request is reasonable, and I can only bless the union of two young lovers. The small Laius estate will be given to him, along with the appropriate title. I hope that will be enough to convince Lord Talon, and that my half-brother won't forget my generosity when he's basking in conjugal happiness. I'd rather upset a single lord rather than the entire nobility. Tell Aaron and Lilla that they have my blessing for their wedding. Since her father won't do it, I'll take care of Lilla's dowry, so that they may settle down somewhere and enjoy their love story in peace. I'd rather upset a single lord rather than the entire nobility. Tell Aaron and Lilla that they have my blessing for their wedding, and make it clear that to Talon that I won't tolerate anyone's opposition on the matter. I'm gonna do the coin. Because I don't necessarily think that giving him a title and stuff might make him happy, but I feel like that's gonna make a lot of the nobility really mad at me for giving him all of that. But then, giving him the little coin and, doing the dowry will make it where they can still settle down. They won't be, terrible, Whereas this one, it's yeah, sure, they have their blessing and they have to get married, but, then what are they gonna get married with? He has, no real money to his name. So I'm gonna do this one. Your Majesty, I wanted to personally thank you for intervening so that I may marry Aaron. He is a wonderful man, and we are basking in happiness. We have moved to Meridian to escape my father's anger. He is a resentful man, and you should be careful as well. I am sure he did not appreciate your interference in this affair. Thank you once again for making my happiness a reality. I hope that you too will find love. Lilla Villas. Okay, remaining options. Do I have any more petitions left? Your Grace, forgive me for bothering you with such trivial matters, but I am in need of your impartial wisdom. 2 farmers from my village, Gudanok and Ropars, who owned adjoined land, have been harboring a burning hate for each other for years, but as of late, their scuffles have escalated to a troubling extent. Ropars has just poisoned all of Gudanok's goats. He claims that he did so in retaliation of his neighbor's actions. The latter appears to have deliberately led his goats to his neighbor's field so they could graze on it and destroy part of the harvest. During his interrogation, Gudanok claimed in turn that he was taking revenge for the destruction of a fence, and so on and so forth. It never ends. It's impossible for us to determine who started the fight, and the tensions show no sign of subsiding. Fadilla, our priestess, has tried many times to act as a mediator, but to no avail. My sermons are just as useless. We've tried appealing to our Lord's justice, but he's been away from his lands for a few months now. It is out of desperation that I dare bother you, Your Majesty. I am convinced that you alone have the authority required to instill some common sense in these 2 idiots. May the 4 protect you. Harzak, Mayor of Osborne. So they just have a complete feud going on. I don't have the time to solve petty squabbles. Find the local lord and tell him to take care of these ridiculous fights, which seem to worry the mayor so very much. Since it's impossible to know who truly started the fight, we'll have to turn to the gods. Tell Priestess Faldia to flip a coin in order to determine which of the 2 farmers should be punished. Thus, Myriad will speak. Once that's done, make a severe example out of the guilty party. Oh, we're not about to do that severe example. It doesn't matter who started these childish squabbles. They're both at fault for escalating them. Tell the mayor to punish them both. Perhaps spending some time in prison together will help them see eye to eye. Oh man, that's funny. Though I think I'm gonna do the bottom one because they both keep doing it. Like, I don't even think one of them is at fault at this point anymore. We'll see what happens. The people don't like me, but I did get some resources. Your Grace, I have done as you asked. Indeed, it seems that during their time in jail, Ropars and Guthanak have found common ground. Their resentment towards you. I started fearing that their grudge might lead them to try and cause you harm, and I have kept a close eye on them. However, I can assure you that their ludicrous plots are nothing for you to worry about. At least they have made up, and their farms have never been more flourishing. 1,000 thanks, Your Grace, for taking the time to shed your wisdom on this affair. May the Four protect you. Harazark, Mayor of Osborne. Okay. That probably gives me... Okay. Nice. I should be at what? 0 now? No, I should be at -5 now for the people. Because, last time I did policies, I was at 0. I was truly glad to be Empress now, but as I had expected, I hadn't had a single moment to myself since my coronation. There was an endless and continuous stream of people paying their respects to me, and of more or less futile issues to solve. Even if I was happy to finally be able to exercise my power legitimately, I also felt that I needed a break. Thus, after taking care of the most urgent matters, I had decided to take a moment to relax in the gardens, I think. My bedroom. Oh, you'll talk with Alexander. The gardens, you'll talk with Aisha. The library, you'll talk with Theodore. Got you. Let's talk to, we didn't get to talk to Alexander yet. Let's talk to Alexander for a moment. I walked towards my room, my steps slow, trying to make myself small, so I could avoid meeting someone who would recall me to my responsibilities. Relieved to have only encountered a few maids and the guard standing before my door, I was about to gracelessly collapse on my bed when I saw someone lying on the floor. My first thought was that I was dealing with a corpse, and I froze until the corpse started moving. Since they didn't make the slightest attempt to hide, I doubted they were an assassin, but after what had happened to my father, I couldn't justify any carelessness. Guards, help! There's an intruder in my room. My cry seemed to surprise said intruder, who tried to get up a tad too quickly and bumped their head against the bed frame. It's just me, Majesty! Recognizing Alexander's voice, I felt my heart slow down. I gave a reassuring sign to the two soldiers who had just run into the room. They looked just as confused as I was at the spectacle of the general sprawled on my bedroom floor. Rubbing his head all the while, Alexander finally stood up in a much more dignified posture and cleared his throat. At rest, soldiers. I was just doing a preventative sweep of Her Majesty's room. The men seemed to hesitate, and I nodded to give my assent, letting them return to their posts. I hadn't let anything show while they were there, but once they had left, I crossed my arms and stared at Alexander. The situation was just too fishy, and I was sure there was more to it. A preventative sweep? Were you worried an assassin was hiding under my bed, Alexander? I was used to not having any real intimacy in my quarters. There were always people coming and going to help me get ready or to clean things up, but this was the first time I had caught someone trying to search the place. Well, actually, he was nervously fidgeting with some sort of leather pouch that he held in his hands, which made me quirk an eyebrow. Stop beating around the bush. What are you hiding? He handed me the pouch in question with a sigh, and I saw its rather unpleasant contents. Little bones mixed with dried plants. I had never seen anything like that before, but I knew very well what it was. A pagan amulet, most likely placed here to curse me. This thing was under my bed? Under the mattress, yes, but I was trying to check if there were more of them, just in case. I was superstitious. I wasn't superstitious. I'm gonna say I'm superstitious. I'm religious. I'm gonna say I'm superstitious. I reckon it won't hurt to search a little more. Now I'm getting messages. Like everyone in Chaldea, I was sensitive to this kind of superstitions. Surely there was no smoke without fire. The few minutes spent searching through my things was a small price to pay to feel at ease after all. Assisted by Alexander, I endeavored to look under the furniture and in the closets. I thought I heard a small sigh of relief when I decided to look through my undergarments myself, sparing both of us that small indignity. Our rummaging lasted 10 minutes at most, since he had already searched most of the room before I came in. Well, that's reassuring. We only have to get rid of one of these things. All right, I'll give it to an inquisitor and ask them to neutralize its nefarious effects. Alexander looked rather doubtful, and I didn't think he believed the object would be dangerous in any real sense, but that was indeed the regular procedure. As for me, I would have been reassured to know it had been purified, but I couldn't take that risk. No. Make sure to keep this to yourself. If this ever reached Robert, he would be liable to embark on a heathen hunt, which would be much likelier to deal real damage to a great many people. Alexander looked doubtful, but he bowed without saying a word. I knew I could trust him. To lighten up the mood, I asked in an amused voice. So, do you often conduct the thorough sweeps of my room in search of pagan amulets, General? Despite my obviously teasing tone, he took my words to heart and replied in a serious voice. No, this is the first time. I was alerted by the behavior of one of your servants. Once more, I quirked a brow to invite him to continue. One of the maids who takes care of the cleaning in your quarters suddenly fell ill, and another insisted on replacing her. I found that suspicious, especially after learning that she had disappeared. I decided to have a look through your room. I see. I wasn't aware that you're staying a prey to the servants' gossip. I'm not. I only asked the steward to inform me of any suspicious changes. I see. Well, I thought these kind of things would eventually happen, that my coronation wouldn't please everyone. One more witch, one less witch. That won't change things much. That's true. Still, I'm sorry you had to see that. I know you're overworked, and I didn't want to bother you with something so futile. I appreciate your concern, Alexander, but I'm not burnt out yet, if that can make you feel better. But you can't deny you haven't had a lot of rest these past few days, Your Majesty. I can't deny that indeed. I don't regret a thing, but in all honesty, I didn't expect to be this busy with daily affairs. Even though the succession went smoothly, my father's assassination did cause quite the chaos. It's going to take me a lot of time and energy to put things fully back in order. It won't be easy. But we all know you'll succeed, Your Grace. The realm couldn't wish for a better empress in this time of crisis. Your trust warms my heart, but I haven't been empress nearly long enough for you to be this confident, you know. Absolutely not. I completely trust your abilities. I knew every one of his compliments was sincere, and I felt myself blush a little in response to such devotion. Thank you. Your unwavering support is more than welcome. It's important for any ruler to be supported. My duty is to help you, and I shall fulfill it to the best of my abilities. He stopped for a moment, letting his shoulders relax. And I can't help but be afraid for you. Afraid? Because of my father's assassin? He vigorously shook his head. Vigorously. No, I can protect you from an assassin. I was thinking of everything else. He quickly nodded to the amulet he was still holding. I'm not made of glass, Alexander. I can live with the animosity of those. Oh gosh, I got like a random piece of hair that went in my mouth. I can live with the animosity of those who don't want to see me on the throne. Don't misunderstand, Your Grace. I would never think of you as weak, but ruling isn't famous for being an easy thing. I'm not worried about the Empress, but rather about you. Precisely because you want to be an exceptional Empress. Even though you're strong, everyone can slip up, Your Grace. He was right about that. To believe oneself above difficulties was the best way to drown in them. I understand your worries, and they move me. Please believe that. But I know how to take care of myself. I'm not some sort of peasant who woke up one day and had to take on this role without any sort of preparation. My father had me taken away from the court long ago, but I had the best teachers. My entire life has been built on the promise that I'd be empress one day, and now I am. Alexander sighed and seemed to waver for a moment. I admire your determination, Your Grace. You're right to be proud of your abilities. I just hope your pride won't lead you to overexert yourself. But I digress, and I'm overstepping my duties. Please forgive me for bothering you with all of this. Without leaving me the time to add anything else, he bowed and made for the door. Once again, congratulations on your coronation, Naima. I'm excited to see what you'll make of this kingdom. All right. I also just remembered that, we haven't even reached chapter 2 yet. I think we did chapter 1, but I don't think we reached chapter 2 yet. Look at some petitions. Your Grace, I know you wish to remain discreet about the situation, but I cannot stand that someone's attempts to curse you are going unpunished. Oh goodness, is this Alden? Is this Alden wanting to kill all the maids? With the Master of Murmur's help, I think I have identified the pagan servant who put the trinket under your bed. For the moment, we have remained discreet. We will await your orders before we take action. This could give us an opportunity to learn more about the situation. General Alexander. I just knew it was Alden, ready to kill everybody. I just knew it was Alden. I don't want unnecessary bloodshed. Find an excuse to fire her, and tell her that she shouldn't come near me in the future, if she doesn't want the cardinals to find out about her little secret. You're right, we can't let this opportunity to gather information pass us by. Keep a discreet eye on her. She might lead us to other pagans, and we might learn more about their intentions towards me. Arrest her and interrogate her in the dungeon, on her intentions and her practices. I'm gonna actually do the spy one. Keep a discreet eye on her. Yeah, I'm gonna do that one. Learn some more. Okay, I got +1 for faith for that. We are actively keeping an eye on Miranda, but for the time being, we have not learned anything. Apart from a few ridiculous and harmless rituals, her life is just as mundane as it is boring, and she does not seem to be meeting with other pagans or actively working to bring about your downfall. Master of Murmurs. Okay. Check our policies. Okay. So far, I think my stuff is still okay. I would like to make the people a little more happy, though. That's my only concern at the moment. As I would like to make them a little more happy. I'm gonna do that for now. I mean, it's no plus for money, but I'm gonna do that for now. We're gonna see how that goes. Your Grace, we have noticed that a few of the beams that hold up the servants' quarters are currently rotting. The situation can still be salvaged, but if we let the mold spread, the beams will surely give out, and the ceiling might fall down. I think we should act quickly. Leon of Voldor. Okay, so the ceilings are rotting for the servants. that's not good. I understand how important this issue is, but it's not a priority at the moment. We'll take care of it later. Hey, Lenny. We'll probably stop soon. In like a few. Summon a carpenter immediately. Not only could the situation be dangerous, it would also be far costlier to redo the entire roofing. Instead of repairing a few beams, it's best to be cautious. Don't worry, you're still good, Lenny. If the issue stems from mold, doing maintenance will only temporarily solve it. The new beams would end up molding too. Summon a scholar specialized in that field. Ask them to identify the source of the problem and to get rid of it for good. See, okay, so that's for resources. See, but will they also, like, get rid of, like, do the new beams as well? I'm gonna do that one. Ooh, the people! I got plus 20 for the people. It's a nice game. It's very nice. It's just a lot of reading. The Carpenters press a lot of, and not just a lot of reading with big words. My mommy's making the fettuccine for me because she's so nice. So I was asking her if it was done yet, and it's not. So we'll keep going. The carpenter's presence did somewhat inconvenience the servants for as long as the repairs lasted, but at least the beams are brand new. The servants feel much safer now when they are walking through the corridors, and they are extremely grateful that you took this threat seriously. Leon of Valdor. Plus 5 people, plus 10 ability, plus 3 faith, plus 1 army, plus 3 influence. Perfect. So also what I'm seeing is that while we play, when we have the game break with like the figuring it out, like the policies and stuff, I see that we only get technically 3 actions. Because I was thinking that maybe the 3 actions was how many policies we have, but no, it just is how many things you can do in that go. So no wonder things can pile up. I don't know what kind of glitch just happened, but it was wait, what kind of glitch just happened for you? Who's the finest character so far? You know, I'm gonna let y'all figure it out, because I don't know. They're all hot for no reason. Even if I was fully confident in my ability to govern, I knew full well that the 4 had their say on how my reign would be going. I knew my prayers mattered more than ever, and I always took the time to make them, heading out at least once a day to the small temple that stood proudly in the midst of the castle. Oh, I also named our Empress Naima. So we're kind of trying to play as Naima. I kept repeating one line. Oh, that's weird. To my great surprise, Robert wasn't there. Instead, I met Alexander, whose shy and impatient puppy-like behavior indicated that he was waiting for the high priest's return. Yep, exactly. Because she is. As soon as he saw me, he took a deep bow. Your Grace, please excuse me. I don't want to bother you while you're praying to the gods. My presence is an annoyance. I can come back later. Unless you've become overly talkative, nothing should stop you from praying by my side. So, are you coming? Uncertainty flashed in his eyes while he weighed the pros and cons, but in the end, he nodded and followed me to the altar. I didn't pay too much attention to my companion. Instead, I took the time to pray to each of the gods in our pantheon. I had always had a preference for Amatera, but I never forgot to urge Myriad to justly guide my hand, to pray that Horrell spare me from plots and betrayal, and to soften Basin's fires so he would shelter Chaldea from war. My eyes closed. I whispered a few customary words before getting up, and I noticed that Alexander was still standing a few steps behind me. Judging by the stiffness of his pose, he hadn't moved an inch ever since we had gotten in. Come on, Alexander, with the jawline. He does have a pretty good jawline, though. I need you to be able to see the other characters, too, though. You're not praying? I'm doing it in my own way, Your Grace. You don't have to lie to me. Even when you were younger, it was quite obvious to me that you didn't trust the Four. I just thought after all this time you'd have found your way to the gods. He drew closer to me and looked at the altar, honoring the Four, his gaze cold and harsh. No, Your Grace. I still haven't found faith. If I ever display any, it's only so Robert and the people don't get upset. Why do you reject the Four? I just can't believe they exist, let alone watch over us. And why is that? Alexander's life hadn't been perfect. He had been torn from his mother at a very young age, so he could be taught to carry his father's legacy. To make things worse, the former general hadn't been a pleasant man, but many people had gone through much worse tragedies, and they weren't looking at the gods as bitterly as he was. I still don't know how old this man is, and I'm still nervous about it. I need to see them too, so I can rank them off how fine they are. The rank goes from oh wow to until the paint melts off the walls. I hate you. I hate you, Lenny. So much. So much. Oh, goodness. Because only real people have helped me in the past. I prefer believing in their kindness rather than in all-powerful deities that I won't ever meet. And if gods really do exist, then they're far too cruel. I wasn't used to seeing him this bitter, and I was tempted to ask him more questions, but his stern face stopped me. Everyone had a right to have some secrets. Please forgive me, Your Grace. I appreciate the time we spend together, but I do need to speak with Robert. Since he doesn't seem to be coming back, I'll go look for him in the castle. His attempt to change the subject was beyond obvious, but I pretended not to notice, and I nodded instead, while he hastily walked out of the sacred place. Okay, back to policies and stuff, because that's what we do. Alright. Your Grace, the guards have finally caught the thief who had been looting Astaroth's great fair for a few months now. It turns out the thief wasn't a man, as we expected, but a woman, and a tough one at that. Despite the trap I laid out, which was perfectly executed, she managed to kill many of our men in her attempt to flee justice. The town guard is very upset, but the Master of Murmurs was swayed by the thief's talents. He'd like for her to be exempt from justice, so he can make her one of his agents. Personally, I am against the idea. This woman isn't trustworthy, and she deserves to be punished for her crimes, but the decision is yours to make. General Alexander. Okay, so the guards finally caught the thief who'd been looting. See, I partially want to trust the Master of Murmurs, because the Master of Murmurs seem like he don't get things wrong half the time. We're gonna see what the options are, though. The Master of Murmurs knows how to spot rare talents. If he wants to train her, then this girl must truly have great potential. We always need good agents to serve the crown. It seems a waste to let her talents rot in a cell. Give a few coin to the families of the deceased. That should be enough to ease their bitterness that the guilty party will escape judgment. Even if I don't doubt this girl's skills, I wouldn't want to exempt a thief, worse, a murderer, from justice. The law is unwavering, and I believe it's important we all remember that. She'll be punished for her crimes, and the souls of our dead guards will finally be able to rest in peace. Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. It's like, yeah, the Master of Murmur really wants her, but like, the people are gonna be really mad at me if this random girl just is exempt after she killed a bunch of people and kept stealing for the fair. So we're gonna do that. Yep, see, people like me now. I got plus 10. Hey, how sad it is to see such a talented woman rot away in prison. She was a diamond in the rough. Polished, she would have been exceptional. She shouldn't have killed the guards. If you change your mind, let me know. At least the families of the deceased seem to be at peace. Yeah, you know what? Like, at this point, like, if she ain't too mad at me after jail, you can take her, but she still had to be punished. Master of Murmurs. Wait until we gotta do diplomacy too? And we only got 3 actions? It's gonna be wild. Your Highness, an important expedition is currently being set up. It will be led by the famous explorer Ohio Smith, I'm assuming that's how, accompanied by 2 notable scholars, the naturalist Mellifaro and the cartographer Silmanthiel. Their goal is to set sail for the far end of the bellicose ocean, so they can uncover whatever hides at the world's end. This scientific expedition would allow us to detail our maps and to research the fauna, the flora, and the geography of these new horizons. The Cardinals are very interested in this expedition, and many patrons have already contributed to it. That is why I humbly ask for your participation. High Priest Robert. Okay. Expedition being set up, accompanied explorer, notable scholars, set sail for the far end, and can cover whatever hides at the world's end. Okay. Sounds fine. To learn more about these are costs. Forgot. Expeditions cost a lot of money. To learn more about the world is a noble goal. We will gladly contribute to funding the expedition as long as we are the first to hear whatever information it brings back. If the Cardinals are so interested in this expedition, they can pitch in as well. We'll fund half of it, and we urge the priests and scholars to fund the other half. I don't plan on funding such an uncertain expedition when there are much safer investments to make. If the Cardinals are so keen on this expedition, they'll have to fund it themselves. Learn more about the world is a noble goal. I mean, but we don't really have that much money. I only got 5 coins left. I'm not about to use it all on this. Like, to have good maps would be nice, though. Because I quite literally am broke. We are broke. We really don't have much money. We got lots of faith in us, but we ain't got much coin. I'm gonna use these 3, and then that's just gonna have to be it. Okay. Your Grace, the expedition is up and ready to go. May Basin watch over them. The omens are good. I'm sure that the expedition will be a success. High Priest Robert. It better be a success at this point. It better be a success. Your Grace, I bring you news of the expedition led by Ohio Smith. The explorator has been found half dead on Assyrian coasts. Apparently, their ship got wrecked a few hundred nautical miles from the coast. Ohio Smith was apparently saved by a school dolphin before being captured by pirates. He then proceeded to escape by jumping ship and swimming back to dry land. He thinks that his companions are still alive and begs us to launch a new expedition to retrieve them. High Priest. Now, what is this? Oregon Trail? Like, y'all using up my money. I'm sorry, but the odds are too slim for me to invest in a new expedition. Ohio should stop deluding himself and have a rest. That was wild. Ohio has very good instincts, as his exploits demonstrate. These men have risked their lives to enrich world knowledge. We can't leave them behind. Send a rescue party and let's hope that we aren't too late. I don't have the funds. I only own 2 coins. I only own 2. I'm sorry, bruh. I can't do it. I wish I could. Like, I wish I could, but I don't have the money. I'm sorry. Your Grace, I won't lie. I'm extremely disappointed by your rejection, but I understand your decision. I imagine that it cannot be easy to engage so many resources for so few men. We've always known the risks. I have a gut feeling that they are alive. If Basin wills it, they will find their way home one day. Thank you for believing in us. Ohio Smith. Oh, this poor man. Like, I really do wish I could get him, but, like, I don't have the money. If I should have just went all out then, if I was going to help him. Maybe they would have had a better ship. I was trying to get to the 2nd chapter before I stopped. I thought it would end already. Oh, let me also do a save. I'm going to put the save in the last one, actually. Put it here. We'll rename you 1. Yeah, we overwriting you. Okie dokie. The days passed by in a blur, all similar to each other. New petitions to manage, new events to participate in, influential people to flatter. I had never had any illusions. I'd always known that my life as an empress would be mainly paced by paperwork and diplomatic discussions, but sometimes it got a bit too much. I knew the decisions I was making could change lives and minds, and I hoped that under my rule, my kingdom would prosper, but I couldn't see the results of my hard work after a mere few weeks. I had to settle for little victories, and sometimes I caught myself hoping for something, anything to disrupt my day. Unfortunately, nothing seemed to be on the cards. Your Grace, would you have a few moments to spare me? Startled out of my daydreaming, I looked at the unfinished letter in front of me and pushed it aside to give my full attention to the Master of Murmurs, who removed his hood after closing the door. Of course, I'm all ears. Today, a wandering caravan coming from Vargas was attacked by bandits while they were crossing the Elm Bridge. The merchandise was stolen, the guards were killed, and the people in the caravan are now being held hostage to be ransomed. By the 4, that's awful. I was now used to being the one who must find solutions, and I immediately started going through them in my mind. That bridge is a strategic location. It should have been better protected. We'll send men over there, and I'll ask Marjorie to send hers as well. Our men are closer by. They should be able to secure the area and limit the disruptions to that heavily trafficked commercial road. Oh yeah, making up words at this point. And put a bounty on these bandits. We have to find the hostages and deal with their captors as decisively as possible. Patiently, he let me finish, but as I saw his expression, I realized there was more to it, and I frowned. Is there something in particular that I should know about this caravan, Master of Murmurs? I also know that since it is a demo, they're gonna add stuff, so I'm excited to, like, if I do get to play this after, when it's, like, the full game, to see the real expressions they're gonna put in. Because I can tell that they have, like, maybe 3 that they're using. And this, I hope, is not the actual, like, confused face that they use. Because this is very much bedroom eyes. like, the lip bite and stuff. Every time I see it, I'm like, that is not the face you should be making. It's gorgeously drawn. But I'm like, I wonder what face they're gonna put in these situations instead. Like, the expression. Is there something in particular that I should know about this caravan, Master of Murmurs? Also gotta relieve my eyes for a moment. Softly, he nodded. Amongst the captured people is one of my agents, a master of spying and infiltration. He had been in Vargas for a few months to keep an eye on a family of nobles, and he was urgently coming back with some vital information. You forgot about Spy Man? Yeah, we forgot about Spy Man, because he keeps his hood on. Does it have to do with my father's assassination? Do you think Vargas is guilty of it? No. At first glance, there's no connection. Your father's assassination is still under investigation. Even if I have to admit that at the moment, we're somewhat stalled. Then what is this about? That's precisely the issue. I don't know. Apparently, it was crucial information. My agent has always been excessively prudent. He feared that his mail might be intercepted, and therefore, he was reluctant to send me written information, even if our messages are always coded. So, you're telling me that one of our spies, who infiltrated Vargas, has been captured not far from the border while he was coming back with information of the utmost importance, and that you have no clue what that is. Finally, now that the Fora had decided to grant my wish of a little more excitement, I started regretting wishing for it in the first place. The situation didn't bode well. That's correct. Like you, I do find this coincidence suspicious. We can't be sure of anything. If they just wanted to cover their tracks, they could have simply killed him right then and there, as well as the guards. Maybe they just got rid of the body? We can't exclude that possibility, but we've received a demand of ransom addressed to his family, like the other 4 hostages. I don't know. Angrily. Well, in any case, we have to clear up the situation quickly. Do we have other agents stationed in Vargas who could try to learn what our spy knows? A few, yes. But I'm afraid that they won't be discreet enough if they were to approach the same people. The decision is yours to make. Alright, let's see. What are these costs to? I know it's dangerous, but we still have to try. It's far too dangerous. We'd better play it safe. The agents should stay at their current posts. I feel like I read through that and I also didn't. So like I don't remember fully what we're doing. But like also that's such vital information. I'm gonna go with it. I mean, we're doing the demo. It's not the full game. Very well, Your Majesty. I'll order them to follow the same tracks as the agent. But he had been there for months. I doubt they can obtain quick results. I know, but if this information was crucial, we don't have a choice. We have to try. I understand. And for the bandits, what shall we do? I took the time to think and weigh my options before making a decision. Do we have any information whatsoever on these bandits? If they are who they pretend to be, they've been active all over the territory and always follow this pattern, but we know little about them. For the time being, we have no idea of their whereabouts or who their leader is. Are they trustworthy? I mean, once the ransoms have been paid, will they truly release the hostages? So far, yes, they've kept their word. Okay. For the time I don't have any coin. For the time being, we have no proof that this was a setup. We have to believe at the very least that our agent is alive. If they are known for keeping their promises, the best course of action is to pay the ransom without further discussions. We can't continue letting... Hold on, let me see this better. We can't continue letting these bandits live on our lands. Even if they're known for being trustworthy, I absolutely do not trust them, and I don't want to pay ransoms all over the place. Pretend to pay the ransom, but trap them. At least we'll have fewer bandits on our hand if our agent is already dead. What is this for? Oh, that's for war. Okay. I believe that this situation is far too uncertain to engage resources. If it's a trap, we'll lose more lives, and I refuse to finance these bandits any further. Even though it'll cost me, the only thing that we can do is have faith in this agent and his abilities. If he's as talented as you claim, he should be able to give the slip give the slip to a handful of bandits. I might have to do that. I don't really have that much. And I don't feel like this one is going to work out either. I don't necessarily think this is the best one either. So I'm going to do this. I understand your prudence, but knowing our agent, I think that what he knew was very important. I'll continue to do some research on my side and help the local authorities, but I have very little hope that our agent can make it and shed light on the whole situation. I imagine we just have to pray to Basin, so that he can help guide him back to us. I'll pray too, Master of Murmurs. See, it's because I helped out my brother. I gave him too much money, but like, my brother now is happy. Survive a choice that could have led to your death? Favored by the gods? Oh no, that was an achievement that I got. Your Grace, our prayers have been heard. Do you remember the agent who had been captured about a week ago? Yes, I remember. Is he all right? Yes, Your Majesty. Basin has heard our prayers. He managed to escape the bandits, and he's on his way to the castle at this very moment. That's wonderful. Has he received what he knows? Has he revealed what he knows? No, not yet. He's insisting on talking about it in person. With your permission, I'd like to send Alexander to guard him in order to avoid any further bad surprises. He should be here in a few days. Very well. Do that then, and let's wait and see what he has to say. Unable to sleep, I got up to take in a bit of fresh air at the window. As much as I told myself there was no point in speculating before I got the spy's report, I couldn't stop the foreboding I felt. Everything's going to be fine. Oh, we actually did get to it. I was wondering if we were close, and I was about to be proved right. Okay, let's see my choices. The witnesses. You and 35% of players have decided to bribe the witnesses. The Quadrator. You and 6% of players have decided to denounce the imposters to the Quadrator. A greedy soldier. You and 100% of players have decided to have the soldier who tried to blackmail USS. Everybody was like, okay, now it's time to behead you. Investigation in Vargas. You and 63% of players have decided to send other agents to keep investigating. Bastard Brothers. You and 51% of players decided to bribe your stepbrothers. Okay. And then the missing agent. You and 62% of players have decided not to help the agent captured by bandits. I feel like because so many people chose the same things as me, of course we all decided not to help the missing spy. We had no money. Like, let's be real. If we all chose the same things, nobody really had money by the time we finished. We were all broke. Not 100% y'all said get this man out of here. Literally, I think like every single one of us was like, listen, we tried to be nice. We tried to keep you safe. We tried to give you your life. We took you on a vacation. You decided to still blackmail me? Bet. And that was how it went. Thank you for testing Imperial Grace's demo. We hope you had a good time. Yay, we finished it. I enjoyed that. I really did. I really did enjoy it. I also really liked that they do have all of these various options for the gameplay. And just in case anybody doesn't know, like if you do decide to play this game, it does have nasty scenes in it. So like, I say that mainly for people who don't want to see the nasty scenes, or for people who don't necessarily want those scenes on stream. You can turn it off. You can skip it. So I have mine off, so that during the demo you don't have to worry about it, which is what I had found out anyway. But during the actual game, when you romance everybody, you know, just something to keep in mind. Yeah, I hope that they implement some more money making in the game too, because so far it seems like it's very hard to like make money. Like you're giving money away a lot, but you're not making anything at all. Like in any course, like any point of the game, are you really making money? So you're really like compromising. But I also wonder if maybe you can make money in the diplomacy section, because remember, the diplomacy section was not implemented in the demo, so we couldn't do any of the diplomacy stuff yet. But that might also just be, sending it to people. I looked at the warning, and apparently it's just descriptions. The art is safe for work at least. Oh, you know what? That's good. But for me, it's still 50-50, because like, if I still gotta read it, I'm gonna still be blushing. I'm not. It's even worse if I have to actually read the words out loud to y'all. Almost like, at least like if I see it, it's like, and I could just keep clicking the button to keep going. But I gotta actually read it out. No, it's embarrassing for me. I'm not doing that. Not doing that. But that option's there, which is nice, I think. But yeah, I actually really enjoyed this demo. I really liked it. I also very much do like that there's variety in the people, and like there are different races and stuff. Like, for example, I think Voldir, that guy is black from what I can see, but I think he's the treasurer. Like, I don't remember if that's the treasurer guy, because if it's the treasurer guy, then I don't like him because he's sexist. So like, he don't count in my brain. But yeah, but I like that there's different types of people. You know what? Fair point, right? I feel like having to read it out loud is like worse. Like, it's one thing having to just see like the scene in like an RPG and you're just picking it and then they just voice it and you're just like, oh my goodness. But like, I have to literally read it to y'all. It'll be funny though. It would be. But then also, like, the other reason why I also partially don't do that stuff is because, like, I do live with my parents, and technically, like, I'm in an attic with a no door, and I talk loud, and I don't need them hearing anything. That's why I don't curse on stream, because they can hear it. I don't need to put myself in that situation. I have to come downstairs and look them in the eye, because the living room is right downstairs. No, thank you. I would like to not. Aisha was very, very fine. She was. But everybody in this entire game looks great. Like, I believe it's just 3. Actually, let me pull up the Kickstarter too for you guys. Really quick, before I do all of my ending things. Also, for just a heads up, because I know I haven't said in a while, but I am going to do the charity stream on Saturday. So if you guys do have suggestions of like types of games you might want to see as like rewards or incentives or special streams and stuff that you might have always wanted to see me do and didn't know that were nervous to suggest to me, you can feel free to let me know. Because I am trying to finalize my little milestone and incentive list by tomorrow. So any suggestions that y'all have are very greatly appreciated. Yeah, because I'm gonna do a 6-hour stream on Saturday, which will be fun. All right, let me grab the Kickstarter. Grab Kickstarter, and I'll grab the Steam link, so y'all can check it out. Yeah. And they actually already, like, surpassed their Kickstarter, which is awesome. And, like, now that I've played the demo, I can understand why they've surpassed the Kickstarter already. Alright, so there's the links for y'all, if you want to check it out for yourself. Because I don't know how different each choice is for the game. Like, for example, I decided to go down the path of faith. I chose that sector for her to be the most dominant in, was her faith and religion and whatnot. But I don't know if it would have been different if I chose war, or if I chose diplomacy, or if I chose economics, And plus, I don't know how different it will be when I actually start, like, really playing the game, So I am gonna keep my eye on this one for when it does come out, because this is actually very, very fun and nice. And I think they do plan to put, like, full body images in. because they've already surpassed stuff. So they've gotten extra art, extra rewards, wedding DLC, extended epilogues, dress up mini games. What else? I think they're supposed to add in tall, like, people, like, full body. And then the romances is Theodore of Faram, of course, Alexander, and Aisha. And it seems like they also made the community goal to unlock Master of Murmurs as a romanceable NPC as well. So, but Theodore, Alexander, and Aisha are the ones that you can romance. So, but yeah. Oh yeah, and then they do plan to put in full body sprites while you're talking, so that it won't just be their little picture in the diagram. You'll get to actually see like how they look and stuff like that. So that'll be cool. That'll be fun. So yeah, I'm very interested to see how this all turns out, because I honestly am enjoying the way that the game mechanics are, especially once I feel like we start to get into the meat and potatoes of the actual game. Like the beginning was a lot of setup, which I expected, but it was a lot of setup, very, very, very text heavy. But I really started to like it a lot more, because I already liked it, but I was starting to like it a lot more when we got to after the coronation, when we started to have the breaking up of the pace between the reading all that time and then the policies. I actually do kind of like that, the dynamic. I like being able to do one or the other. But like you said, Josh, I do hope that there's other ways that you can like make money or something, because like that's the hard part. That's gonna be, unless that's just part of the puzzle, the puzzle is you're not making no money. Like, and I quite literally did sacrifice making profit so I could make my people happy. So that might have just been a me thing. And I guess that's where the policies start to go, where you gotta start figuring it out, because I wasn't making no money. I was broke. I couldn't fund nothing even if I wanted to. So, but I did like it. I really liked the dynamic of it. It was fun. I enjoyed that. I really did. It does make me say I gotta learn how to say some of these bigger words better. Oh, maybe you gotta be dirty to make That's what I mean, is it might just depend on the way you're playing. You might have to start to make sacrifices or compromises. Like maybe you want to do, for example, maybe I would want to do the like craft stuff, but maybe I can't because it takes too much. Or like this thing takes too many resources, so I can't do it as hard as I want. Or I really want to take this to the highest level, but I can't because it costs too much, and I gotta sacrifice it and put it in the middle so I can at least make a extra coin. Like it might be a lot of like sacrificing certain things so that you can make sure that your economy and stuff still does run well and that people are still happy, but like you still gotta be able to run an efficient like empire. And I'd imagine that is part of it, because if it was just where everything was easy to get, then where's the fun? Because but so I'm excited for it. I like the breaking up of the gameplay. I very much like the breaking up of the gameplay. I'm excited to see how things go with this game. But yeah, so we played the demo. We finished the demo for Imperial Grace. Very excited about that. I am gonna do all of the ending things so that we can head out for the night and we'll raid somebody. What things to tell you guys about? Oh, next week, as usual, well, not usual, but next week I will be doing my art double feature, like last month, where I will be streaming on BGGC's channel Wednesday from 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be doing some art that day, and then around 6 or 7, I will be coming onto my channel, and I will be doing more art. So I'll be doing an art stream earlier in that day, and then an art stream later. So if you want to check out Brown Girl Gamer Code, Feel free to check them out, follow them, all of that good stuff. This Wednesday will be one of my regular art streams. Friday is Still Rising. I refuse to not play this game again. This is also why I did not make the charity stream on Friday, because I absolutely refuse to not play Still Rising. I have not played this game in a month. I feel like if I wait any more to play this again, I'm not going back. So I need to get back to Still Rising. Still Rising will be on Friday. I refuse to have anything stop me from playing Still Rising on Friday. Saturday, I'm planning for it to be the charity stream. I want to raise some money for One Tree Planted for Earth Day, and Earth Day is actually on Saturday, so we can plant some trees or put some money towards planting some trees so we can hopefully help the environment some, because Lord knows we need to help the environment right now. Our global warming is really kicking our butts. So that is gonna happen on Saturday. I have some of the incentives already. I just need to figure out some other incentives to do, because I'm not really one for like the eating type of incentives. So like, you're not gonna see me do Bean Boozled. Like, my stomach is way too sensitive to do stuff like that. I'm not about to eat like a spoonful of ketchup. I'm sorry, you're never gonna see that on this channel. I'm not sacrificing my stomach for y'all. But but I do have my milestones basically set. I just need one more. So I think I said it earlier, but just so that you guys can know, so far I have my milestones set for, I have a tier list stream, I have a giveaway for a full color art commission, I have a Mononauts pick the stream milestone, I have, oh my goodness, what are the other ones? Now it's like my brain's going blank. I have that one, and then I have a OC cosplay stream where I have to dress up as one of my characters. I thought that could be fun while I stream, and then I just have to figure out the last one. I need one more milestone for the big one, and then I'll be set. So, but I'm gonna do my announcement tomorrow. So for anybody who is in the community and might have suggestions for things they wanted to see me play, types of streams you wanted to see me do, whether it's a type of art or you've wanted an info session of my OCs that you haven't gotten before, any of that type of stuff, like, feel free to let me know, whether it's letting me know on Wednesday during stream. If you're in Discord, you can also put in the suggestions. I did make a Discord post in the suggestions channel, so that if you guys do have suggestions, you guys can put that in there too. Or if you are on Twitter, I also had made a post on Twitter, so you can feel free to put your suggestions under that tweet if you find my my account. So, which, by the way, you can find my account by checking out my links. Feel free to check out my card. It has every single link that you would need to find from me, whether it's my Twitter, my Instagram, my newsletter signups, my commissions, which are open, my art shop, which I will be updating very soon, because I am very excited, because I've gotten a lot of my stuff for the tables that I will be using for the markets that will start on May 6th. I have a market in May 6th. On May 6th, I will be doing BKCC, aka Brooklyn Comic Con, on June 10th and 11th. And I just got another market that I will be doing in August, on August 6th. So I will be doing some markets, and I'm very excited about it. So I am going to be prepping my table, or practicing prepping my table this week. And if you're in the Discord, I'll probably post pictures so you guys can see if you would like to. Which, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, I do have a Discord. You can feel free to check it out if you would like. If you are a sub, you automatically technically have access to it. Just go to your connections, find my stream channel or whatever, and then you can join it. If you are a follower, the way you join is by hanging out in the channel and accumulating some points. Once you get to 6,000 mono tokens, then you will be able to request the reward, and then I will whisper you the invite. And I mainly do that to kind of like help protect the channel, the server, from trolls and stuff like that. So I figure if you actually do sit there and accumulate 6,000 points, you actually don't mind being here, and you kind of like it here, and probably won't be a menace within the channel. So that is why that is that way with joining the Discord. So just a heads up for anybody who would like to be within the community and all that jazz. So I think that's everything I needed to tell you guys. I don't think there's anything else to say. Oh, and also, if there's any type of thing that you would like, also, like, I keep saying also, but if there's any types of suggestions, or I should say, if I have ideas as well, I will post them in the Discord for the milestones tonight, because I've even thought about doing, like, some sort of D&D stream, or maybe do a, solo D&D game or something on stream for you guys. Like I said, OC info sessions, because y'all always liked my OC stuff. Anything like that, I'll put in as a poll to see if that's stuff that you would like as a milestone for the charity stream. So yeah, I am going to call it a night here. Let me find somebody to raid. Let's see who's on right now. There's a couple of people on. I would raid Happy, but I actually don't want to look at the Entropy Project Center. Not because I don't want to see it, but because I really want to play this game. And I don't want any spoilers of any kind when I go in and play the Entropy Center. So I can't raid Happy, unfortunately. I can't raid Happy. Let's see who else. We've got Done. My laptop is doing that thing where I have to keep refreshing the tab so that I can actually see what the heck is happening. Okay. Okay, and Done is playing God of War, which even though I haven't played it yet, I haven't even played the first game. They're playing Ragnarok. I kind of still don't want spoilers in case I do finally play this freaking game. So I don't know if I'm gonna watch Done. So I think we're actually gonna go in and raid Timothy. I haven't raided Timothy in a little bit. They're pretty cool streamers, so we're gonna go over there and chill with them for a little bit. I will probably raid a run because I am gonna get some food, but they are playing some Stardew Valley, so you know, some nice chill vibes for the night, which I think will be good. So let me get this going for the raid. And also, thank you so much to everybody who came by and hung out and sat through all of my mispronunciation of words. I always appreciate you guys for staying despite my fumbling of letters at times. But honestly, I really do always appreciate you guys. And thank you so much for coming by and checking out this demo with me. So feel free to copy down the raid message, because we're going to go over and we're going to go raid Timothy, who's playing some Stardew. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and chilling out. Thank you so much also to Lady Malicine for the follow today. I really appreciate you guys so much, all of you. I will be back on Wednesday with some art. Do I know what art I will be doing? I don't know, but we'll see. Maybe I'll work on that book cover again. But yeah, we'll be doing some art on Wednesday, and then some good old Steel Rising on Friday, and then we will have the charity stream. I don't know yet what games, but it's gonna be a bit of a cozy stream type of day. So cozy games, just chatting. That's the vibe for the 6 hours that I'm gonna be on stream for Saturday from 3 to 9. That's what I'm thinking for the time. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I will see you guys on Wednesday or whenever I see you. And I hope you have a good night. See ya. Peace, guys.